Good evening. The regular meeting of the City Commission for Tuesday, February 27th, 2024 will come to order. Please join me in silencing your cell phones. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Cleveland.
Here.
Vice Mayor Perrine.
Here.
Commissioner Hartman.
Here.
Commissioner Martin.
Here.
Commissioner McGurk.
Here.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise so Police Department Chaplain Sheila Turner will give the invocation.
Please bow our heads and hearts to the Lord. Dear Lord, we thank you for this evening. We thank you for allowing us to come together one more time in this great year. We ask that you give us the wisdom and the knowledge and the compassion to make the right decisions for our citizens in this city. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please remain standing. I'd invite the city French baker, Mr. Serge Sorcy, to come forward and lead us in the pledge.
Please face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. I can tell this is a sellout crowd. This is the State of the City address. We should be in here for 4 or 5 hours only. For those of you standing, we will sell seats. All that happened last night. Thank you all for turning out again a second night. Now on to the approval of the agenda. Mr. City Manager, is there any changes?
No changes, sir.
Are there any changes? Sorry. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce Mr. Mike Arnold from Environmental Science Associates to approach the podium and give us his report on the New Smyrna Beach Airport noise analysis. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you. Well, New Smyrna Beach is not alone in the challenges that it's dealing with aircraft noise. The same things that make Florida attractive to move here are the things that make Florida ideal for flight training and other types of aviation activity and operations. I'll walk you through our analysis that we conducted here that gives us a picture into what's currently occurring at the airport. A little bit of background, I'll talk about some of the operational analysis that we did, the public workshops that we had, and some of the other analysis that we've done, the benchmarking analysis relative to other airports and what they're doing in the state, how New Smyrna Beach compares. One of the things to note is that the airport did do a previous noise study back in the 2010 timeframe, and that was the last formal noise analysis that was done for the airport. So this effort was really to understand how things have changed since that point in time. We not only went through that analysis, but we did a public workshop mid last summer in July to kind of review some of the information that we're actually presenting to you tonight that was presented to the public, as well as some additional information. The purple essentially shows flight paths. The purple density that you see on the screen there shows aircraft flight paths that basically pretty much cover just about all of the city of New Smyrna Beach area at one time or another. But those areas that you see that are darker, the blue and green and yellow, red, those are the areas that receive the highest concentration of overflights. This isn't a noise map. This is purely an overflight map. So it shows the densities associated with that activity. As we took a look at how operational trends have evolved throughout time at the airport, we noted that 2008 was actually the high watermark, the peak activity year, but we came very close in 2019. And in 2008, we also had a lot of what we call itinerant aircraft. That's aircraft that are flying point to point. Either the origin or the destination is New Smyrna Beach, but they're leaving the local airspace and going elsewhere or coming from elsewhere. The local activity, the orange line that you see there, that's the flight pattern activity. That's the touch and go activity and the stuff that I know a lot of the people in this room are concerned about because we saw it in our survey that we conducted. But you can see how those trends have almost remained kind of in that same range for about the last 5 years. Since really, I guess, 2017 or so, we've kind of seen those local activity kind of hold kind of steady. We also looked at the aircraft operational profile, a number of flights by time of day, to try to get a sense of, what times are the most intense times of overflights for the airport. We determined that roughly 22% of operations occur between 5 p.m. and 8 a.m. Those are traditionally the nighttime hours when people are home, they're having dinner, they're outside, they're sleeping, and the time that they generally historically have been the most annoyed with being a large retirement community and with COVID, a lot of people working from home. Maybe that's not quite exactly the same now, but you can see the flight intensity that we have during the course of the day, really between 8 a.m. and about 4 or 5 p.m. You can see that steady activity level. As we look at the operations by day of the week, we can find that Monday through Saturday is pretty high levels of activity. Sunday, generally the activity is much less on those days. And that'll key into some of the things that I point out a little bit later in the presentation today, the voluntary measures that are in place at the airport. One thing that's really important to understand is that aircraft noise is federally regulated. You can set state laws about noise exposure, you can set local laws, but federal law exempts or basically precludes all state and local laws when it comes to aircraft noise. States can establish compatibility planning guidelines to try to make sure that they don't have too much encroachment in and around airports, and local governments can do the same. When it comes to the airport operator is basically the business operator for the airport. Doesn't have any control over the aircraft flying, but can work and advocate for the community to try to work with air traffic control, work with the aircraft operators, and try to do things to minimize the impact on the community. One thing I do want to point out is that this is part of the National Airspace System. There are 3,400 airports that make up the National Airspace System. It's just like the Federal Highway Network. And there's about 500 airports in the U.S. that are commercial service, about 200 plus or so that are called reliever airports. They're general aviation relievers. They don't have commercial service, but they do have a really important role in those more concentrated metropolitan regions. New Smyrna Beach is a reliever airport, which essentially places it in about the top 700 airports in the United States. That's about the top 20% of the most important facilities within the National Airspace System. So I just wanted to make sure that I highlighted that. So one of the things to mention is that when it comes to actually evaluating noise, the methodologies that the FAA has set relate not to a single aircraft overflight. When an aircraft is being certified, it has to go through a certification process that demonstrates that it meets federal certification criteria. That means it creates noise levels that are below certain thresholds at certain points on arrival and departure. Once an aircraft is certified for use in the U.S., an aircraft can fly into any public use airport, assuming the capacity is available, and continue to operate in the National Airspace System. One of the things that the FAA does have is they have an assessment methodology for determining compatibility of aircraft operations with noise-sensitive uses in the surrounding community. This involves actually analyzing and looking at the overall noise exposure received. So we're not looking at the individual aircraft flights, but we're looking at all aircraft flights that occur throughout the course of a year and what the noise exposure is on the annual average day. The information that we look at when we're analyzing and looking at generating the information about noise exposure has to do with aircraft types, the distance aircraft fly, because the farther they're going, the heavier they are, the louder they are. The number of average day annual operations. The analysis also weights nighttime activity. FAA defines nighttime activity as between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. And any activity that occurs during those hours is basically counted as 10 daytime flights in this averaging process. And then the kind of information we also input is the operational characteristics, what runways they're using, where they're flying in the airspace, the meteorological conditions, the hotter it is, the slower aircraft climb, the longer they're going to be lower and they're going to be more noisy. All of that information ultimately gets put into the model. And we generate noise exposure contours. And these noise exposure contours essentially are keyed to different thresholds within federal regulation. So there are the DNL 65 contour, the day-night average sound level is what DNL stands for. That exposure level is the level beyond which FAA considers aircraft operations compatible with noise-sensitive uses. And noise-sensitive uses, residential uses, schools, churches, hospitals, those types of uses. So, when you look at the noise contours that we generated for 2022, 2023, it was a half a year of each. You can see that the blue line, which is the DNL 65 line, is totally on airport property. So in theory, we don't have a noise concern, right? Well, the one challenge that we have is that every airport in the United States is treated the same way. So JFK and LaGuardia and San Francisco, LAX, they're all measured by the same evaluation process. And it doesn't really reflect some of the challenges that we experience on a day-to-day basis with some of the other aircraft types that might be annoying. One important thing to understand is, what does this mean, right? We have the noise contours. We show they're basically on airport property. What that means is nothing can be formally approved for the purposes of the FAA. You can't get funding federally for sound insulation, land acquisition, and you can't get noise procedures formally approved because you can't demonstrate that there's actually a reduction in the number of affected properties within that DNL 65 contour, which is the threshold that the federal government has established. And I'll talk in a minute about what we can do. This graphic, it's a little hard to read because there's so many contours on it, but there's a blue line that's dashed and a orange, a red, a magenta line, like what's magenta, right? A pink line, that's the outer line, that's the DNL 60 contour. That was the contour, the DNL 60 from the 2008 noise exposure map analysis. And so actual noise exposure around the airport has decreased. And why is that? That itinerant peak that I showed you in 2008, that was a lot of jet or twin engine aircraft that tend to be noisier than the single engine aircraft that we have operating at the airport today. So we actually see a reduction in noise exposure. But as we know, people are still concerned about those overflights. So what can we do? We can implement voluntary measures, work with the local operator, work with the tower to try to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to minimize the effects on the surrounding community. This graphic essentially shows there's a bunch of communities around the airport, and there's a bunch of runways at the airport and different flight patterns. In some cases, you have those patterns crossing over community residential areas. And so certain areas around the airport may be receiving overflights regardless of what runway is in effect. But one of the things that the airport has essentially done is it's established a number of criteria to help guide the operation of the airport to try to minimize activity in the evening and nighttime hours to the Sundays and also holidays. And essentially working with the operators to try to do things like extending their downwind till they pass the sand pit before they turn back towards the airport so that they don't overfly, adjacent communities. I know that the airport itself has been meeting regularly with Epic Flight Academy, and when we see some analysis a little later, you'll see just how many operations at the airport they represent, to try to make sure that to maximize the implementation of these measures. And it appears that they've taken it extremely seriously, and they integrate it into their training programs. So when it comes to the analysis of the operational conditions, I kind of touched on a few of these already. One thing we noted was we did an analysis of home sales within a couple miles of the airport, and noted around 1,000 home sales in the last 3 years within a few miles of the airport, which means, like we're seeing in every Florida community, we're introducing a whole bunch of new people to the local environment that may not be familiar with it. We're seeing a lot of sight unseen purchases, particularly during COVID, where people were looking up homes on Zillow and making purchases and offers without ever doing investigation to understand what the local environment was. So again, there are a variety of voluntary measures. We do have a few recommendations as well that I'll cover. But I do want to talk a little bit about the community workshops that we held. We did hold 2 workshops in the evenings of July 27th and the morning of the 28th. So we're trying to capture people that might be available in the evening or the morning and be flexible. We had 51 people show up and attend those. We provided survey forms. We got 31 surveys that were returned. And flight training and frequency operations were the 2 topics that are the highest on the list of the community concerns related to noise. We also heard early morning operations and weekend operations. That was the next kind of highest grouping. So as we look at some of the suggestions, we encourage people to make suggestions and to provide comments and feedback on what they would like to see. And through the discussions we had with them, we told them kind of, if you're interested in that, make sure that you write it, on your form. So some of the things that were identified were designating a calm wind runway. This means when wind is not dictating runway use, you use the runway that has the least amount of people that would affect it as aircraft climb out, which is the noisiest flight phase of aircraft operation. There's other strategies, spreading flight training operations more evenly. The education outreach component, that's an ongoing. So it's not like you just work with a flight school once. They have constant turnover in the flight training staff as well as the students. So it's a constant effort that you just have to keep working at. We also looked at expanding the voluntary noise abatement hours. Right now, touch and goes are limited between 5 p.m. and 8 a.m. What we call as repetitive flights are limited between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. We're recommending that we extend that restriction on repetitive training to at least 8 a.m. So to try to at least not disrupt people as they're trying to sleep or, coming out of sleep in the morning. We did also look at potentially a landing fee. Landing fee can't be implemented with the intent of inhibiting flight activity, but we did look at that and the potential feasibility of that because there are reasons to consider it. There are a number of measures that we weren't considering further for a variety of reasons, either outside of the airport's purview or there might be other ways or strategies to be able to tackle those. There's also some that are not feasible. Just you don't have control over certain things and based on the federal regulatory environment, just certain things that we're not able to do. We did do a benchmarking analysis. We took a look at all the other airports, a number of other airports in the state, similar activities, similar flight profiles, and said, how does New Smyrna Beach Airport compare? The limitations on flight training hours, the Sundays and holidays, what other factors like the pattern altitude, how does it compare? We noted that the pattern altitude is only 800 feet here. Many of the other airports have 1,000 feet. Right now we're restricted by Daytona, but I think there's an opportunity to explore and determine if we can get that altitude raised so those aircraft are a bit higher when they're flying over the community. We also found that really New Smyrna Beach is one of the most restrictive airports from a flight training standpoint. in the state, and you do see that intense concentration based on those voluntary time periods of operation in that analysis that we presented. So a bunch of information from a couple different airports in the state. The other thing that one of the actions that's maybe more in your control is potentially considering a noise notification or disclosure. There's a number of airports in the state of Florida that have done something similar. Orlando International and Executive Airports is the graphic on the right. Southwest Florida International not only has zones right now, the airport's a single runway airport. They've established zones around the future runway to try to minimize the potential that we either have encroachment or that people are moving into an area not knowing that they may be exposed to aircraft overflights in the future. And we have a number of airports like Naples and Martin County, among a few that have adopted lower noise thresholds as well and limit residential development, noise-sensitive development within those areas. So this is an area just for consideration. You know, we know it's a activity at the airport has been ongoing for quite some time. The challenge is we constantly have turnover in the population here in Florida. And, a lot of times community members just don't know. And when they can make an informed choice, that they realize they're going to be, and they say, well, I decided, I knew this was going to be the situation. And they don't feel quite as much like they got, they end up in a situation where someone didn't tell them or something to that effect, and they feel like someone wronged them, essentially, and then they're very upset. From a landing fee feasibility standpoint, generally landing fees are implemented to recover airfield operating costs and capital costs. One of the things we have to do is take a look at the overall costs of the airport, and we have to allocate a variety of different operational costs to those capital costs. What a landing fee, what a reasonable assessment of a landing fee would be. And we did that. We looked at all of the financial conditions for the airport, and we allocated what potentially could be allocated to airfield, maintenance and maintaining the facilities at the airport from a labor standpoint, an operating expenses standpoint, and then a capital recovery standpoint, the investment you've made in these facilities already, and the depreciation associated with that. And we determined ultimately that if you looked at, the number of operations that you had in 2023, and you allocated those dollars, $671,000, you'd have about $779 per arrival, or about $331 per arrival if you took out those the depreciation expense, the capital costs. As we looked at landing fees and looked at other airports that have similar landing fees throughout the United States, what we find is there's a couple different challenges, particular to New Smyrna Beach. First of all, for training activity, no airports really implement landing fees for training activity. Part of the reason is that it's very small aircraft, very low wear and tear on the actual facilities generally. So we don't really find any airports that have implemented landing fees for training. The other thing we know, the table on the right side, is that 78% of all operations at the airport are by existing tenants. And that means that those tenants are already paying at the airport leases and fuel fees and a variety of other things for the operation of the airport. Typically what we see is when you have landing fees at a facility, your local tenants and your training activity are exempt from those landing fees. So there is opportunities, we think, for cost recovery, perhaps through fuel flowage or other types of things, but landing fees don't seem like a real desirable mix given the cost of collecting them and managing that effort. So we came up with a number of recommendations in summary. It was designating a calm wind runway, raising the pattern altitude, exploring that, Simplifying those voluntary noise abatement hours, really focusing, trying to get more of that activity at that early morning hour in particular. Working to continue the educational process, and continuing to discuss the noise as an issue. We know it's an ongoing concern. It'll continue to take work as time goes on. And then ultimately considering implementation of a disclosure or notification area around the airport. And I don't know, Arvin, if you have a few comments to wrap up?
Certainly. If that concludes your remarks, Mr. Arnold, I'd like to invite the airport manager, Mr. Arvin Weiss, to come up and conclude the presentation, then we'll open it up to questions from the commission.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mike, for putting this together. This is a difficult subject for the community, and since I came on board 2 years ago, recognizing that this is a challenge, I asked Mike to do this study for us, and I appreciate your time and efforts. I think it identifies for us some low-hanging fruit, some things that we can work on. But I want to acknowledge the fact that I've had an opportunity and a privilege really to speak with a lot of the residents and to hear their concerns. And I think it's important to acknowledge that this is a real issue for them that's causing them frustration. And I see our role as an airport administrative team, along with our advisory board, that we have a lot of work that we're going to have to continue to do. There's no magic wand that we're going to wave and this is just going to go away. We have some opportunities here to make improvements, and Commission and the residents have our commitment to continue to work towards those things, and as well as balance the fact that the airport is a valued resource for the community, for the national airspace transportation system, as Mike pointed out.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'll open up for comments and questions. I have one about the 1,000 homes in the last 36 months to be bought or sold. Is there any federal or state disclosure requirement? And if not, can there be a local disclosure requirement so that people actually know and due diligence is forced so that it's not a surprise at the end?
Yeah, there is no state or federal requirement, but it could be implemented both at the state or local level, ultimately, if you choose that that's a good fit for your community.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Yes, ma'am.
I have a couple. About how many resident calls, do you get that are actually a violation of our voluntary noise abatement?
I would say it would have to be an estimate, but very few. We find more and more that through the work that's been done by our office and the flight schools, our partners, not only Epic here, but Embry-Riddle to the north of us, Phoenix East, some of those larger schools, this is a very important topic to them. Yes, they continue to have new students, so it does happen. I don't know what the percentage is. We get complaints both via phone and email, but generally when we check into that, we're finding more and more compliance.
Thank you. And then my last question is, how soon can we have the ComWin runway up and running?
So our intent is to take the suggestions and the feedback that we receive here tonight to our advisory board next week. We have a scheduled advisory board meeting next week, and welcome the users of the airport and any members of the public to come and voice their concerns. At that point, we will, based on their recommendations, go ahead and the ComWin runway is fairly easy. The other, as far as raising the pattern altitude, I've already spoken with the FAA just in advance to try to understand the process. That's going to take a little bit more time. They have to study that. They have to vet that through several different departments through the FAA to determine if that's feasible.
What day is that meeting and where and when?
Sure, that is next Thursday at 2.
Okay, so if you're watching
Here
this
in
remotely, next Tuesday,
Yes.
2 p.m. right
Yes.
here. Okay.
And also let anybody who's watching, the residents that are here tonight, a copy of this presentation will be on our airport website, and there's also a lot of other information on there. If I haven't spoken to a member of the public, I would love the opportunity to speak to you. If there was a question that you want clarity on, if there was something that was a little unclear, there's a lot of information to unpack in just a few minutes. So I welcome that opportunity.
Thank you. Commissioner McGurk.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, thank you for the presentation. So this was a noise study, and as I understand, the study came back that there was not a noise problem, to make it simple.
Based on federal criteria, exactly right.
So
Yeah.
based on federal criteria by the FAA, there's
Which is
no...
the regulatory body.
Right.
Yeah.
The FAA created a criteria or formula for how they're going to measure noise.
Yes.
And that noise, this airport falls within the parameters of not exceeding that noise.
That's
Is that
correct.
a fair statement? Okay. And as you mentioned, if it's the same formula at every airport across the country, right?
That's correct.
So the criteria is JFK. Okay. The study does not say that planes are not coming over residential neighborhoods at 60 or 70 decibels or 80 decibels. It's not saying it's not doing that.
Not at all.
It's just saying that in the criteria that the FAA created, they have a formula where it didn't almost count that. It's within the formula. And whatever that formula does, it says, so if we had a day where a residential neighborhood had 5 or 10, 15 planes, repetitive flights going over at, let's say, 65 decibels, that wouldn't necessarily show up and say there was a noise problem because it filters into the formula that is averaged out over the course of the entire year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. A lot of interesting vocabulary. So I'm just trying to break this down in a way. When I met with you, you humored me. There was a lot of words you were using that I'm not familiar with. So I just wanted to break that down. So while we're doing well under FAA requirements, there maybe is still some work we can do locally that fits our community and within our unique confinements of our airport. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it.
Other questions or comments? Is it my understanding that the Epic Flight Academy that has 70-some% of the flights there, while not mandatory to them, they have made mandatory noise abatement to their students? Is that accurate?
I believe so. I think Arvin can probably talk more about that particular.
Yes, in the preceding 12 months, we have started meeting with Epic. They hired a noise abatement officer who their job is to monitor those flights on a daily basis. We then meet with them on a monthly basis to review that activity together. So it's an ongoing process, but they have made this part of their curriculum, part of their training, and they're continuing to look at new ways to bridge the gap when there's a slip up, when somebody messes up, or when there's an issue. They address that. They have terminated a few employees because of it. They do hold them accountable with written warnings, verbal warnings, up to and including termination.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? Mike, Arvin, thank you both very much. Appreciate your report. Mr. City Manager, your report, sir.
Sir, thank you very much, and I'll, for the sake of time, I'll be very brief. Commissioner Martin and I attended the NSB PD preparation for the spring break, the meeting that we held with at the police department, included all the stakeholders that involved with this. As you know, 2 years ago, we were surprised by the multiple schools that they had their spring break at the same time. So since that time, the police chief has implemented a plan, and we keep improving that plan. So we met with the stakeholders, listened to their suggestions and also to their comments, and we will improve the plan accordingly. So the chief and his staff, including the Volusia sheriff, and also the beach patrol and DOT, they're all involved, so we will be ready for that. As far as the roosters, we had 6 roosters on Flagler Avenue that they were attacking residents.
So we removed all the aggressive roosters from Flagler Avenue. So that's happy news for everybody.
Where'd they go?
They
Never mind, I'm sorry.
don't worry, they bring them back. The 120 Flagler, the RFP was due yesterday, and we had the opening for the RFP, and to our surprising, the amount was $188,000 from La Fiesta. I thought maybe it was a mistake, maybe they forgot a couple of zeros. So we met with the owner today, and he said, well, that's his number. So we'll bring it back to you for the rejection of the bids, and then we will consider other options for the commission to look at. The Women's Club, I don't think we opened it yet, but it doesn't look like there is any active bids that were involved at this point. The recruitment for the city manager, I talked to Doug Thomas this morning with the HR director. They're probably about a week behind because they were late on getting everybody's in line for the interview, including the staff and the commission and also some of the community members. So, but Tuesday he will have the brochure for us to look at and review, and he promised that we will have advertisement at the end of the week of next week. We had a couple of public participants at the last meeting. One of them was it's Donna Erfern, that she is the chairman of the Turnbull Creek, and she wanted the commission to consider some of her suggestions. So at the commission direction, I met with her, with the assistant city manager, and we discussed a few items that she is considering. She presented it to the task force. I think the 3 items are very good ideas. However, the current resolution that we have does not include two of them. The only item in the resolution that includes is just acquisition of the properties. So we will have a revised resolution for the commission to consider probably at the next meeting or the meeting after. I think the 2 items concerning the maintenance of the ditches and also look at educational programs and additional grants, which is very good ideas. We also had a citizen who mentioned about asking about 120 Flagler and the Women's Club and also Chapter 50. I mentioned to you about the 120 Flagler and the Women's Club. And the Chapter 50, we had a workshop on the 20th of February. I think these are the only items that require some action. And also, I would like, we have received several emails regarding the skate park. So I would like to call on our Leisure Services Director to give you an update on the skate park.
Great, excellent. Director Salazar, all yours.
Thank you, Khalid, and thank you, Commission, for the opportunity to speak on the skate park this evening. Just a quick update on where we stand with the reopening of the park. The Commission, through the ARPA funding and general fund dollars granted for fiscal '24, we purchased a new building for the park, which was installed in late January and finalized utility work earlier this month. Once the building was it's not operational. Once the grounds were permissible to have the public back in the park, we reopened the park this past weekend, the 24th and 25th. Just the park. The building is still a work in progress. I'm working with the community and the carpenter, IT, our software provider, Vermont Systems, to get the building back up to speed so we can reopen the building. We also need to get a new ramp. So there's some legwork we have to do to get the building back open for the public. But we are currently offering weekend skating hours, and I'm working on a plan to continue to grow the hours we offer, and we'll have that in the near future as well. So that's where we stand with the reopening of the park. I'm working with the assistant city manager and city manager on a plan to kind of transition the park under the city umbrella, and you'll see those details at a later date.
Really good. Thank you so much. Appreciate you speaking out. This is a topic that concerns many, and we have been getting the cards and letters, so thank you for being public about it. Commissioner McGurk, you have a question, sir?
I just had a quick question for Rob. Rob, are we gonna, is, the intention is to get back to the normal operational hours that historically the skate park was under?
Sure.
That will depend on what I'm able to work out through staffing for the building. The skate park was open 7 days a week from 12 to 9, roughly, noon to dark, pretty much. Under the plan I've been working on, we're going to have seasonal hours where we'll be open longer in the summer, shorter in the winter. And I'm working with HR and the city manager on just establishing staffing solutions to cover those hours.
Okay.
So it will depend on what we get approved.
And
we don't.
approved is ultimately through us with your budget?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'd certainly like to let everyone know, I hope we will get back to, as quick as possible.
Absolutely.
The hours that were always standard there, 7 days a week. The seasonal makes sense with the daylight savings and so on, but certainly I would like to see the skate park get back to the normal operating hours as historically had.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it. Anything else, sir?
Just a suggestion. I think we have quite a few people in the room that probably it's for the Venetian Bay item. I would suggest the item that it's the emergency ordinance is actually under
9 Delta.
It's 9D. I would suggest that we move that to the beginning of the ordinances.
We'll do that.
To
Without
just-
objection.
Because we have a lot of people
we'll
standing.
Move that forward to the beginning of section 9, and we'll get 9A right after that, so we'll take care of 9D immediately, all right, as soon as we get to chapter 9. Very good. Now it is time for public participation, and so if there are citizens who wish to speak and inform the commission of something, you see something around town that you really like and want to tell us about, this is a great opportunity to do it. Again, this is a monologue, not a dialogue, so we won't be answering questions, but the city clerk and the city manager are taking notes, and should the need be apparent to get back with you, they will take your contact information. So as you come forward, we'd like you to give your name and your address for the record, and then when you see the green light come on, you'll have 3 minutes. When you see a yellow light, you'll have 1 minute, and then you'll be done at the red light. Can I just see a show of hands? If you're here from Venetian Bay to talk about 9D, would you raise your hands? That solves the problem. So we'll get a general sense of what it is that you have on your mind, and so as it goes. If you, after we've heard the first 4 or 5 or whatever the right number is, if you have something different to offer, something different we haven't already heard, I would encourage you to come forward. Otherwise, I'll ask, I'm not trying to cut it off because we see your numbers. We get the message. You're all here for a very specific purpose. With that said, the first speaker, please come forward, ma'am.
Thank you very much. My name's Eve Payer. I am a property owner in New Smyrna, also work for Atlantic Center for the Arts. I really appreciate the amount of work that went into completing the noise abatement study, especially in observance of the voluntary measures. But I do want to point out a couple things. These are based on textbook scenarios, which rarely occurs in training. So I understand, obviously, the airport here does not have control over regulations. That's the FAA. However, they do control the flow of air traffic. And the public is really affected by these flight tracks around the airport. It's not just within the borders of the airport, which this study shows. Received this flight track map from Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, which shows how varied the flight tracks are, and to try and get this more consistent, and so that everybody's coming in kind of on consolidating that track. I'm curious why that's not included in this study, but if the air traffic control is talking to pilots 3 miles with the within the runway, or they're talking to them 5 miles out, they actually control the circling pattern. So they're saying, oh, the flow is full, the circling pattern is full, so take a left 360, and they're doing 360s at low altitudes over these neighborhoods. So streamlining the flight tracks, as well as kind of requiring the pilots to fly a downwind approach towards the airport, not at 1 mile, but at 2 miles out, which would actually avoid a lot of this neighborhood. So I do appreciate that the public is allowed into these airport advisory meetings, because that's going to be a really wonderful thing for our voices. I have other things I can say, but that's the main one. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming up. Appreciate your comments, ma'am.
Hello, Katie Liller, 461 Wildwood Drive. Good evening, City Commissioners. I'm here tonight representing the New Smyrna Beach skateboard community, once again. I am now in year 6 of speaking at the City Commission meetings on behalf of the skate park and hoping to bring awareness to our city leaders about this park. In its 12th year of existing, it has had very little investment from the city since it was built. I'm excited that we are finally making headway. Our park has a new building, and we still have funds allocated in the budget for further improvements and expansion. I have taken the initiative to start a 501c3 organization called the NSB Skate Park Society. Our main objective is to raise funds for our skate park and support our local skateboarders with camps, covering contest fees and equipment donations. Our goal is to work in collaboration with the city to come up with resources and support for the park so that it continues to be a valuable amenity to the community. By demonstrating our financial investment and our volunteer efforts, we hope that the city continues to work with us to improve our park and hear our voices. To avoid spending any further allocated funds for the skate park on the building instead of our expansion and skatable features, we have sourced most of the items needed to furnish the interior of the building from our community. We are now seeking approval to accept these donations to complete the new building and get the skate park opened as soon as possible. Our park has not seen any vandalism, bullying, or illegal activities due to being a supervised park over the past 12 years. Therefore, our facility has cost the city very little money in maintenance and upkeep costs. We ask that the city park continues to be open 7 days a week and is staffed. We have many families, local business owners, and professionals that are part of our skate family, and together we hope that we can work with you to continue to make our park successful. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Katie, and their donation by your interested parents. Appreciate that. Mr. Fluka.
Joe Flutka, 3382 Leonardo Lane in beautiful New Smyrna Beach. Good evening. First off, I want to thank each and every one of you for the time and the effort you put into this city and making it as great as it is. Thank you so much. I'm here in support of the ordinance concerning Venetian Bay and urge each of you to vote yes on that ordinance. I think it's important and needs to be done, but it's just the start. An important start, but just the start. A wise man, a very wise man, recently said that we should lift our eyes off the deck, that we should look outward, forward. Perhaps then we could see some opportunities or some problems that may be heading our way. I think those sage words are particularly pertinent to this issue. We all know that the future population growth in New Smyrna Beach is going to be on the West End. And we all want to do that right. And I think we will all work to do that right. Unfortunately, we got off to a bad start. Venetian Bay has suffered the slings and arrows of what, in my opinion, is one of the least ethical developers around. And I think, therefore, we ought to look forward and see what we can do. We can't change the past, but some questions arise. This irrigation ditch is not just restricted to one area. The problem, therefore, is probably not restricted to one small community within that area. It winds through everywhere. It winds through a lot of communities, Promenade Park, and now we have a new development, Shell Point. Just some interesting questions. Should the ditch be widened, deepened? Has it been maintained? Who is involved in maintaining it? What is being done by the city, or should it be done by the city, to get the HOAs to maintain those ditches? I know you guys will look at that. I appreciate it. And once again, thank you for all you do.
Mr. Fluka, while you're standing there, I just want to talk about a protocol issue. We're going to have a public hearing tonight in this room under item 9, and we'll consider your comments. We can't unhear what you just said, but for those of you who would like to continue to address this particular pressing topic, it's an important one, please wait till we hold the public hearing. When I open it up, we will read the ordinance for your benefit, and then you'll be on the record for that item specifically, okay? So I know that means you're here a little bit longer, but it's an important issue, and so I beg your indulgence that if you're here for general public participation, that's what we would like to hear now. If you're here for any of the topics that are in any of the other areas, come when we have that public hearing later in this meeting. That is when you'll be called to the podium. Does anybody want to speak on this matter from the public? Is that clear? Yes. Yes.
Apologize.
No
Joe.
apologies
Joe made me
necessary.
do it.
I should have set that up, Joe. Thank you so very much. Just hand that to the city clerk, ma'am.
This is comes from the Federal Register. The city attorney's office has already gotten a copy of this. Khalid had gotten a copy of this. This happened many years ago. I wanted each of you to have a copy of it, and this is directly from that register, the FAA register. Under the Supremacy Clause of the U.S. Constitution, federal law preempts state or local law when Congress expressly or impliedly indicates an intention to displace state or local law, or when that law actually conflicts with federal law. As discussed above, in 1973, the Supreme Court held that the pervasive scope of federal regulation of the airways implied a congressional intention to preempt municipal aircraft noise restrictions based upon the police power. The court left the door open to noise regulations imposed by municipalities acting as airport proprietors. However, based on such municipalities' legitimate interest in avoiding liability for excessive noise generated by, by the airports they own, after Burbank, Congress expressly provided that the proprietary powers and rights of municipal airport owners are not preempted by federal law. Thus, the task of protecting the local population from airport noise has fallen to the agency, usually the local government that owns and operates the airport. Subsequent to the Burbank decision, the courts have confirmed that Congress has reserved a limited role for local airport proprietors to regulate noise levels at their airports. Thus, the responsibilities of state and local governments as airport proprietors are less restricted than those of non-proprietary or proprietor governments. The rationale for the airport proprietor exception is that airport proprietors bear monetary liability for excessive noise under the Supreme Court decision in Griggs versus Allegheny County. The court found that because the airport proprietor had that liability, fairness dictated that airport proprietors must also have the power to insulate themselves from that liability. There's quite a lot of information in there you'll see circled and highlighted throughout that packet. Hopefully you'll read it. My name is Cynthia Radigan. I live in Terra Trail. I've been fighting this fight for 18 and a half years. Enough is enough. It's got to change. I want my home insulated from the noise. Those planes start at 7:30 in the morning. They still go until 10 o'clock at night whenever they damn well feel like it, and they don't care what direction the wind is blowing from. And if you were having anywhere from 90 to 180 planes an hour over any one of your homes, you'd be doing something about it.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments.
Hi, my name's Jeff Spoler. I live in the same neighborhood as she does. You want my address still?
That'd be great,
okay.
Jeff.
1391 Scarlet Trail. Bought my house a year and a half ago. Had no idea I was going to be in the direct flight path of the airport. To my dismay, it wasn't disclosed in real estate, which I'm finding out wasn't. Anyway, that's beside the point. I just want to make this relatable to everyone who's not aware of it. I have a go-kart, and if I drove by your house every 5 minutes with my go-kart, I'm sure you'd be annoyed, and you'd ask me, can't you drive your go-kart somewhere else? I would, maybe the airport manager could answer this. There's one flight path that's used almost all the time, regardless of the wind direction. And I'm sure there's a threshold when the wind gets high enough where they do have to switch directions. My suggestion is, I guess I'll call it MOM, mitigation of misery. So the government likes acronyms, but if we could just, I don't know how many active runways are
Go right ahead, sir. You're supposed to talk right here.
Okay, I know there's at least 2 because I've seen them taken off from 2. My simple solution is, why can't we make odd days the aircraft take off from one strip and even days they take off from another strip? At least take it away from my neighborhood half the time. I don't want to complain without some kind of solution, but I don't see why that can't be accommodated. That's all I have to say.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you for coming.
Good evening. My name's Michelle Utter. I have lived here. There's 7 generations of my family. I am currently living in Port Orange right now, but I am moving back next month, so you can count me back in. I'm here, sorry to intervene, but I wanted to let you know there is an issue. I worked at a local hospital here, and during the pandemic, I worked there. I have been on Governor DeSantis' roundtable and many others. I'm here to let you know that there is an issue because I am injured by Pfizer. I have chronic inflammation, demyelation, polyneuropathy, microclotting, MCAS, heart palpitations, cardiac issues, vascular issues from the vaccine. I worked at the hospital and they tried to hide me. They didn't want people to know. They censored me, told me that I wasn't allowed to say that I was vaccine injured or let anyone know, or I would be fired, which I am terminated at this time. To get treatment, if anyone were gaslit by doctors, no one will treat me. I have to go to Jacksonville. This week I have to go to Alabama. I have to go to New York and Gainesville, where I have to be treated because nobody will treat me here in this area, and that is not fair. If there's something tragic that happens to me, I have to be airlifted or what have you. There is no cure for what I have in my autoimmune issue. I'm tired to be censored, and I'm tired of people treating me like I don't exist and I don't matter. All of us that have these injuries or hospital protocols, they should be letting you know because there is no help for us. Nobody will talk about it, no newspaper, no nothing. But if you look on Governor DeSantis' roundtable, I'm there, and I'll also be on the news next month trying to let awareness. But I'm just letting you know that we need help because a lot of us are losing everything we have because the government, of course, gaslights us and treats us. My medical bills are outrageous. My IVIG that I get every month, I go to an infusion center every month for 6 hours to be infused with IVIG. That's $15,000 a month. There's a lot that needs to be addressed with hospital protocols, how we're gaslit, and what needs to be done for people like us, because there's a lot of other people that are going to be taking these vaccines, and you're going to have more issues in the future. I'm just bringing awareness to you because there is no cure for me. I have 3 sons serving in the Navy, and I would love to see my grandkids, and at this point, I have no idea if I will ever meet them. I'm just here to let you know. And I'll be back in New Smyrna, but I will be having rallies, and I don't want to be disrespectful, but people need to know about us and how each city is treating us, including this one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. Are there any other, there we go.
My name is Bob Baker. I live at 2245 Turnbull Bay Road. At the end of Duraco Park dock, you look over, and that's my house. The big marsh on the side is where airplanes used to go. So I'll try to make a couple of things in short and go sit down. I capsize real easy, so I'm gonna be. An issue happened several years ago. My wife and I are sitting on the back porch. The airplane takes off, engine shuts off. I look, the plane flipping over. I grabbed her, I said, get off the porch, it's gonna hit the house. So we ran as fast as we could, get out of the yard. The plane flipped down, started up, got back to the airport, and I said, that's one lucky SOB, because he like to lost it. He goes over, he don't land, he fakes it, goes up and comes down over Islesboro and went over how many houses, I don't know. He was below the pine trees. So I jumped in the car and ran around the police station, and I said, you got a drunk pilot out there, and he's going to hurt somebody, because he did it to me, he did it over there. I said, well, Mr. Baker, we don't have any jurisdiction in the air. There's nothing we can do. So you have to go over to where the tower is. Well, he knows there's a fence around it, you ain't getting in. So I went home, I called FAA, told him the same thing. I said, can you write that down? I said, I'd be happy to. So I write a nice letter to FAA, CC to the mayor, and later, I was up in Tennessee on vacation, my phone rings. It's the mayor. I'd like to talk about this. Can you come by the office? And no, I'm in Tennessee. So I got a nice letter back from FAA. And then I got one from the manager over there, I can't think of his name. He called me up and he says, I'll have you know that maneuver was totally legal. I said, it may be legal, but it was in the wrong damn place. Culpable negligence is when you put somebody unnecessarily in danger, you can be culpable. He would have wiped my house out if he hadn't got it right. He would have wiped out 5 or 6 houses in Islesboro. There's nowhere to go to tell anybody this except write letters, and then you get letters back, and at the end of the deal, you got a pile of letters, and that's all you got. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is the jet exhaust. From my back porch, if you're sitting on the porch, when that jet takes off, you will go inside because you can't stand the fumes. If AOC and the Green New Deal is on my back porch, they'd every damn one have a heart attack because you can't breathe. The next thing is, I've had my house painted probably twice fully and a little bit in the middle. South side gets big blisters on the paint. If I could turn my phone out, I could show them to you, but I won't take the time to do that. I figured when I came in, I was going to get trapped because I just took the pictures before I left. But I'm contending that the exhaust is unhealthy and it's blistering the paint off of people's houses. So this is probably my 50th or 60th airport meeting, so surprise me.
Thank you, Mr.
so
Baker.
much.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission, and staff. I'm Leslie Sachs, 816 East 8th Avenue. And I find it surprising that I'm here about the airport, because I don't live near the airport. However, I'm impacted, not to the degree that these other speakers have mentioned, but I live on Beachside, South Beach, and there must have been a change in the pattern or the expansion of the flight schools, or maybe the usage of both runways. And I don't get the landing and takeoff noise, but I get the planes flying over my house. They're not meeting their minimum altitudes. They are too low. They are annoying, and it's worse between lunch and 8. It's constant. It's like every 10 seconds, and it's just, and I'm not one usually bothered by noise, but it's the excessiveness that is the bothersome part. I'm glad and I'm thankful for the presentation today. I had notes, and they did touch on something like, please make them fly at a higher altitude. I just wish that they would include beachside in this. I didn't go to the survey because I didn't think it applied to me. I don't live in Owlsboro. I'm not impacted by touch and go, but I am impacted by the excessive noise. And I just wanted you all to be aware that you should expand your study to the beachside. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Leslie. Appreciate it.
Hello, my name's Steve Wood. I live at 17 Cuttingham Drive in the Inlet Shores subdivision. I've been listening to everybody that had things to say tonight. I've been up here in front of you folks before, maybe different faces. Over the past 4 years, I've been trying to be involved in the flight traffic. I've dealt a lot with Arvin and Jacob. They've all been very cooperative. But I think as you've listened to all the various people from different parts of the community, this is a problem. And I hope that it's gotten y'all's attention that when we try to make changes, I think it really needs to be taken to heart. There's a lot of people that get real emotional. I mean, I've done the same thing. I didn't bring notes up here to go over my recommendations at this point, but I think we're at a point now that enough people are involved in this that I want to get with Arvin, and the things that I'd love to see us work on is the altitude. It's been brought up several times. My house, I get flown over at 400 to 500 feet almost every single day. The numbers of flights that come off those runways are totally excessive for a small community like we have. You can't go anywhere in this community. I go in Home Depot, I come out, and there's a training plane going over the top of the building. I go to the Beachside Publix, same thing. And like the lady just brought up, the beachside's impacted too. I have friends that live in the beachside. They say they hear it all the time. It's just ridiculous. I've lived in my home in Inlet Shores since 1993. That's 30 some odd years. I was here before the flight school was here. And I'm telling you what, it's made that neighborhood ridiculous. The amount of noise we put up with on a daily basis. And it's the consistency, and I've had conversations with Khalid years ago about this very thing. It's the number of flights that are coming off that runway is the decimating point of what goes on in this community. There's too many flights. They're, I feel, very unregulated as far as the number of flights, the hours. I can sit in my living room in the evening from 6 o'clock till 10 o'clock. If the wind's out of the east, I have no peace in my own home. It's just constant, and it's every 30 seconds another one's coming off the runway, just consistent. So I like what's happened at this point. I think that we've done the study. I think we really need to make steps from here forward, because I think that working together, we can make a difference in this.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it, sir. See it.
Good evening. Jess Romero, 7A South Cooper Street. I want to thank you for letting me be myself. You know who that is, right? All right. I want to say a couple of thanks today. I went to the State of the City yesterday with the mayor, and I acknowledged a lot of things there. And I want to thank him for one thing. On his first day on the dais, a resident came forward and said, "Mr. Mayor, we've done all these things here. We get no feedback. Nah. First thing he did, he told the city manager to give him a report. Before that, our residents did not receive a report from the city manager. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was one thing he did on the first day. Our city clerk, I had a pleasure of meeting with her because I wanted to find out how the city works. And I said, Kelly, can I, give me a call, we'll set up a meeting. Now I worked in the government for almost 40 years. And typically on a Friday after 1 o'clock, it's Pier 30. Nobody wants to be at work, they want to get out of there. So I was like, wow, 1 o'clock, this could be a real quick meeting, maybe 5-10 minutes, sir. Oh no, I met with Kelly for an hour. I asked a lot of questions. She gave me all the answers, and if she didn't have it, she found it. Says, Jess, I'll research it for you. I'll get it for you next week. She did. Thank you, Kelly. Great job. Appreciate it. A couple of gentlemen that I worked with in the last 6 months is Director Ray from Operations. A lot of issues that come up, I give them a call, say, David, blah, 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 boom, it's done right away. As a matter of fact, we noticed that the bench on Detweiler Park was rusting in one of the brackets there. A gentleman told me about it on Monday. They were there Tuesday morning fixing it. I was like, wow, you guys are fast. It's happened before. Mr. Salazar, Leisure Services. Rob and I worked for quite a while on issues about sports, especially pickleball, as you both, most of you know. And Rob is very supportive. Rob will listen to you. He'll cut to the chase, be upfront, tell you yes or no, this is why. If he says no, he'll tell you why it's no. He'll listen, may not get the answer you want, but listen to you. And then there's Mr. Edwards, our Director of Development. I'm fortunate enough to be on the task force, the city selected me for the Development Task Force, which we have accomplished a lot in the last 6 months. As the Director and Director Edwards, we've taken a lot of initiatives that are coming forth, and I'm sure you'll be happy to hear what's coming forward to you. So, thank you, all of you.
Thank you for your comments about the staff, Jess. Appreciate that. Anyone else for public participation? Hello, Cynthia.
I hate to do it, but this is on your consent agenda. Cindy Sneezak, 512 Yukon Avenue. 7B is a matter of the lien amnesty program and instituting a payment plan for it. I'd ask that you review that. It feels awfully liberal to allow for a 3-year repayment plan. I've been to many a magistrate meeting, and it takes an enormous amount of city money and time to go by before we even get to a point where fines are actually assessed against a person. And then there's a pretty good program you approved, I think 2 or 3 years ago, that allows the magistrate to cut down the fines that are owned. So this third step just seems like it's a bridge too far on that, and I feel 12 months is a much more reasonable repayment plan. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Charles Radigan at 1339 Scarlet Trail. This was just today. They last about 20 minutes from the time you can hear it till it's gone. And then 3 or 4 seconds later, here comes another one. This is all day long. All day. We've been living there before the tower went in. So, you know, I don't know what can be done, but something should be done. I've been over to Arlen's office a couple times a week. You can't hear the planes anywhere around that building, especially inside in his office. But this is right in my driveway.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else for public participation? Public participation is now closed. We're going to move on to number 7, which is the consent agenda. We have 15 items on the consent agenda. Are there any commissioner would like to pull or comment on any of those items?
7C.
7, Charlie. For pull, yeah? Pull it, yeah. Anybody else? Okay. And I would entertain a motion then to approve item 7A, B, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, and K, L, M, N, and O.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Perine?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, the consent agenda, less item C, is approved, and Commissioner Hartman.
Yes, so I'm sorry I didn't bring this up at the briefing, but embedded in this is also funding for the Mary Tot lot of $106,000. I've seen nothing in regards to that about what it's about or what it's for. I didn't know if are we replacing all the equipment or?
not aware of replacing all the equipment. I know probably they have a capital improvement in that part. But let me see if I could look at it.
I don't want to take the time tonight.
Yeah, it's
We
okay.
Just get back with me, we'll,
I mean, the budget amendment, it shows just the one listed in the budget amendment. I don't know where you see in the attachment.
yeah, I'll get with you later then on it.
Okay, so we will hold on item C, or you want
You guys can go ahead.
with a motion from you, sir? You want to hold it for another meeting, or would you like to consider approval tonight?
No, I'll make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve item 7C and a second. This is a resolution which would amend the 2023-24 budget. Motion and a second. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Breen?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
No.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, now on to the administrative items and new business. Item 8A is the Live Oak Cultural Center operations presentation.
Mayor,
Yeah.
I would like to move this item to the next meeting.
8A?
Yes, please.
Okay, very good. Item 8A is deferred without objection. And now we will move on to item 9D, all right? So this is a ordinance number 1624. We'll conduct a public hearing to consider the adoption of an emergency ordinance, which if adopted would halt the issuance of building permits that impact malfunctioning stormwater systems in Venetian Bay. We'll start with a public hearing to be conducted to consider this adoption of the emergency ordinance. I'll remind the commission that a supermajority vote will be required to adopt this ordinance. Madam City Attorney, if you'd read the ordinance 1624 by title only, please.
Ordinance number 1624, an emergency ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach adopting a temporary moratorium on the issuance of certain building permits in a section of Venetian Bay, generally located north of State Road 44, east of Airport Road, and south of Medea Way. That would impact the malfunctioning stormwater system for a period ending no later than June 25th of 2024, unless automatically terminated or extended by a subsequent ordinance, providing procedures for vested rights review for the specific matters addressed herein, providing for conflicting ordinance, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Mr. City Manager, do you want to set this up before we have the...
Yes, the Assistant City Manager will give you a quick report, and then I'll add up to it. The flooding, and that is a concern for us. So I want to just shout out to Commissioner Hartman for asking for us to look deep into this, and also to the residents who have mailed us and wrote to us about this issue. So this is, I think, it's an important step in order for us to move forward. And I would recommend that the commission will highly consider this and approve it.
Thank you very much, sir. Does the city attorney have any further guidance on this?
Just, I want to state that we will be bringing this back before you through a normal ordinance process once it goes to planning and zoning, and then we will have 2 more readings. But it will take effect tonight if it's passed by a supermajority.
Thank you so much. Public hearing is now open. If there are any citizens who wish to speak on this particular matter, same rules apply. Please come forward, state your name and record. It's a monologue. You talk to us. We won't be answering questions, but the city clerk and the city manager will be taking notes, and if there's need to get back to you directly, that'll happen. You heard the assistant city attorney talk about this. Will be coming back before us a couple more times. You have a couple more bites at the apple. So with that said, the public hearing is now open. Please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Janet Hall, and I live at 106 Portofino Boulevard. I'm here to voice my support for the proposed development moratorium for the reasons that are outlined in the ordinance. I have quite a few fellow residents that are here today as well. I won't repeat what others say, but I intend to focus here on the proposed commercial development on the corner of 44 and Airport, insofar as it relates to the moratorium. The additional impervious surfaces and runoff will only exacerbate the existing serious drainage issues that we have within the Exhibit B area. I'd like to quote from the conclusions of the stormwater report that was submitted with that application. And I quote, "The existing stormwater pond was reshaped to provide an additional 29,484 square feet of storage volume. The additional pond area ensures that the proposed improvements will not increase the maximum stage of the stormwater system and eliminates the possibility of causing adverse impacts to surrounding areas." Whatever the conclusions of this lengthy report, it is impossible to see how it would not have an adverse impact on the already stressed and inadequate drainage infrastructure. You don't need to read any 107-page report, but you can see it with your own eyes. The canal is fundamentally inadequate as a stormwater system. Our roads are periodically flooding, they are buckling, and water and slime is oozing through the road surface and drains due to the pressure of retained water. I'd invite any of you to come and tour our neighborhood and see for yourselves. As to the report conclusions, we understand developers have a narrow focus: to develop, sell, move to the next project. But the buck stops with all of you, the appointed and elected officials, to review, monitor, and thoroughly investigate on behalf of the public, and not just take reports like this one at face value. Also, the zoning of 20 years ago has been overtaken by the consequences that are now coming to light, and which it may not be possible to fully mitigate. We support the moratorium, and we appreciate this being brought to the city's attention, but we urge the city to more carefully scrutinize, challenge, and consider the environmental impact of developments and the impact on future and current residents. This includes not only this small area under consideration, but also the consequences of the larger developments around us: Shell Point, the Palms, and South Village, all of which will further surely stress the fragile and fundamentally inadequate drainage systems and result in further instances of flooding. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Appreciate you coming forward.
Good evening. My name is Nick Rella, 2818 South Asciano Court in New Smyrna Beach, specifically the Portofino Gardens, which seems to be the epicenter of the flooding and stormwater problems. Lest anybody is doubting us, September, my street, the end of, notice no sidewalks, November's flood, front of my house, once again, notice the absence of the sidewalks. And as Janet had said before me, the main culprit, not the only one, is that canal, a ditch that conveys the water supposedly to the Samsula. I believe that that is the main problem, not the only problem, but the main. This is the discharge, outlet discharge to the ditch from our lower pond. Notice, this is at normal water levels. Notice that the pipe that conveys the water is covered. It's a 2-foot pipe. This is the storm, the flood from November. Same picture. Now you've got water up to the top of the canal, the ditch. That's the day after the storm. This is 1 month later, same picture. Not only is the water level still above the pipe, but it's above the structure for the pipe. That pipe is 36 inches, that structure is 36 inches deep, which means it's a foot, still 1 foot over the normal water level that it's supposed to be. And even that first picture, that's not supposed to be the normal water level. That pipe should be empty. We hadn't had rain for over a month. With that in mind, what I'm asking you to do is extend the topographical area to not just the east side of Airport, but to the west side. For the simple reason is, as I've shown here, that canal, that ditch is a big problem. Any more water to add to that is just going to add to our problems. We suffered 2 floods and 1 near flood. The near flood is what prompted us to bring in the St. John's Water District, which got us to this, to where we are today with those warning letters and other things. One last thing is, I am imploring the city to, excuse me, to initiate a study, an engineering study of that ditch and how this different systems, stormwater systems of Venetian Bay have it, what the impact is on that ditch. Excuse me. And I'm kind of like forgetting my focus here, but anyway, because as Janet said, you're our last resort here. We're looking to you for support. We're looking for you for guidance. We're at our wits' end at this point. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Would you mind if I leave? This is a
Leave
chronology.
it with the city clerk if you'd like.
Yeah, this
Sir.
is a chronology basically of what has been going on between Portofino Gardens, Venetian Bay, and St. John's.
Thank you.
And
Just
I think
hand
it'd
it
be
to the
very
city
helpful.
clerk. Appreciate that, sir. Any other public participation on this topic? Mr. Pfluger, good to see you, sir.
Good evening. Joe Dluback, 3587 Casalta Circle, member of the Venetian Bay Homeowners Coalition. I'd just like to remind you, in leveraging what was said before, there are more problems with flooding in Venetian Bay than just in Portofino. We know there is in Arbor Lakes, in South, Sabona South, not to mention the Palms, and God forbid, what's happening over at Shell Point. And so we would encourage expanding the look beyond the red lines that you saw in the graphic. Secondly, the project that's most affected by the moratorium happens to be, I believe, the entrance to the south to Venetian Bay from Route 44. As it turns out, the proposal is a gross misuse of the convenience commercial designation intended for that property. If you look at the title of the proposal, if you look at what's in there, it's almost like the convenience commercial is an afterthought to the bigger challenge of the buildings and the resources that are provided on the privately owned club. As a matter of fact, you're using most of the convenience commercial property to support parking for the new facilities at the club, the golf course. There's also the issue of noise with respect to the banquet hall, the sports bar that's associated with the clubhouse that's there. There happens to be a lake between it and the residences, and that we all know is just acting as a multiplier. And lastly, the unfortunate thing is that those proposals will never come before you or the planning and zoning, because it will be a decision made within the staff of the city. And we would like to see a much broader look at the proposals that are being offered for that site. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else for public participation on this topic? Ms. Puhle.
Good evening, Diana Puhle, 3551 Grand Tuscany Way. I agree with everything that you've already heard tonight. I'm not going to repeat what you've heard, but I think it's a perfect opportunity for us to take what I feel is a warranted look from a real coordinated effort and be very transparent, have a joint effort, and take the opportunity to look at the stormwater system throughout Venetian Bay, because we all know that there's flooding not just isolated to this area. And this is really the perfect opportunity to do that. And that doesn't mean bring everything to a halt for months and months and months, but it means to make sure that each party's doing their part to figure out exactly where we are today and how we improve what could happen in the future out there. And that at the same time, expand it, like they said, to take a little look at Shell Point as well. You know, we're at a position in Shell Point where if we can foresee that there's going to be problems out there similar to what we're having in Venetian Bay, or now that they're in the process of developing that land, make sure it's not being brought up to an elevation that, aside from any stormwater issues that might exist, that a higher elevation is not going to create more spillover into the stormwater system and into the neighborhood than what was originally expected. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your comments.
Hi, good evening. Mike Boma, 3307 Modena Way, also Venetian Bay, obviously. Echoing basically the thoughts of most of the people that spoke before me. I was kind of on the fence whether I wanted to even speak, but I think it's important to note that I agree. There's what you're talking about in doing tonight in limiting these permits is in such a small focused area that it really isn't going to impact or find a solution. You're literally talking about just stopping or halting or pausing development of one particular project on 2 lots. Why aren't we looking at this as a true holistic issue, which frankly, you guys, this specific commission, even exacerbated when you approved the PUD for Shell Point without even looking at their stormwater management or impact reports. When you guys implemented or approved that PUD, that report wasn't even available to you. So you guys are making decisions and approving projects that have impacts on all of the surrounding communities, and now all of a sudden you seem like you're kind of concerned about it. I appreciate you being concerned and looking at this and trying to find a solution, but I guess my question is what is your goal in this moratorium? I mean, is it to find an actual solution? Because there's only a couple solutions that are truly going to fix this problem, and they all are huge undertakings, not only within Venetian Bay, but also in the entire area and surrounding stormwater management systems, all the way out to Samsula, St. John's, because the issue isn't even just within Venetian Bay and all of the development that's used up the available wetlands that used to process and help process all of this stormwater, but you now have more and more development dumping into the same canal systems that frankly was never designed to handle all that, but you guys have approved that. So what's the plan for making that work in the near term and the long term as Shell Point continues to develop? And I mean, they're building some great ponds. I give them credit for that, but they're also raising all of their elevations significantly. So all of that area that used to be a by default stormwater retention is no longer going to be that. And so we need to look at the impact of that for Venetian Bay as well as all of the other communities that surround on the other sides. I mean, this is a big issue, and what you guys are talking about halting in this small little area doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, Bobby.
Good evening. Robbie Gibson Minor, 2839 South Oceano Court, in Venetian Bay, obviously. While I agree there's a much larger picture here, I think we have an opportunity that has been brought forth by Commissioner Hartman to make an immediate difference while we look at the bigger picture. There are safety concerns and health concerns in our neighborhood when we have even 3 inches of water. Our streets do back up, and we've had hospice care that's been unable to get to a patient on my street, and thankfully a neighbor with a higher clearance vehicle was able to help with that situation. I'm not sure how high our ambulances are, but just it's an immediate safety concern as well as the deterioration of our roads and our community. So I really hope you will support this, and as we look forward to other issues that are also bigger flooding issues in the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments.
Richard Polo, 138 Portofino Boulevard. I listened to the gentleman who just spoke, and maybe I might share some of his opinions, but I see this a little bit differently, and this is why I think you can be the solution to this issue. In 1997, the first time I rode on 44, crossed under 95, and went down there, not only never did I think that I would move here, but I could never have imagined a development. And from 95 east to the ocean, all of the businesses, the cars, they didn't exist, okay? So development is going to be with us. The reason that supporting this emergency proviso to stop and look at this sends a huge message to our area, and it sets us up for the future. It will show that the city and the leaders care about water. You only have to go onto social media and see the scores and scores of comments by people who say that no one is looking after development and controlling development. So someday we may be like Port St. Lucie. When you get off of the 95 exit, east and west, it is just completely developed. But if I think about what has happened in the last 25 years, and I look out in the future, let us not kid ourselves. There will be more development. But if we do that development responsibly, then we can maintain our quality of life. So this is the chance. This is the perfect opportunity to say, hey, we took an action based upon hundreds of concerned residents to say, hey, stop, let's look at this, let's fix it, and that's the way the future development will proceed, run by this esteemed council. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Appreciate it. Anybody else?
Hello. My name is Johnny Dorsey. I live at 311 Leone Street in Arbor Lakes in Venetian Bay. I live on the west side of Airport Road. My house is positioned with conservation and woods on 180 degrees around my house. And that house is consistently underwater not underwater, but the property is consistently full and loaded with mosquitoes, larvae, and algae all around the perimeter of the property. There's standing water forever. Could be dry period, but we've got standing water. And you know what started that? Actually, not just rain, but when they clear cut and bulldoze the palms south of my neighborhood, that huge area of property was like a giant beach. It was mud. It was pools of water bigger than the pool that we aren't going to have at Venetian Bay anymore. But it was really huge. So that made us notice the water rising in the woods around my property. And my neighbor next door at 309 also shares the same situation. Other houses face the woods, and they can really see the water in the woods. There's very rarely a dry area. So I think it's really the clear cutting, just bulldoze every tree, every bush, everything that would wick up water and take it out of the ground is what's causing the flooding. This builder thing about take out all the trees, which I assume everybody allows here, it's unheard of where we came from, but you just don't take out all the trees. It's part of the ornamental area of the neighborhood. But something has to be done. I look at Shell Point. Oh, God, it's terrible. It's going to be another issue, raising the water levels in this neighborhood, Venetian Bay community. That's all. I could show you pictures, but you get the drift. Thanks for hearing me.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your comments.
Hello, I'm Jane Durand, and I'm actually a neighbor at 309 Leone Street. We moved in 2007, and we were some of the first houses in Arbor Lakes. And since then, we've gotten more and more and more water. The more that they build, the higher the water comes all around in our conservation area. Even with just the rain the other day, was it not even that much rain? We have pictures. It's constant mosquitoes, like Ms. Dorsey said, and algae, and the smell sometimes, and the water will stay there for weeks at a time. So something has to happen. It's not just the new builds, it's those of us who have lived there for years now are now all suffering. I'd like to submit these photos if I could.
Send those to the clerk, ma'am. Thank you. We're getting the message. We hear it. Anybody with any different view? Anything we haven't heard yet?
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commission, for having me. My name is Allison Root. I am the Executive Officer for the Volusia Building Industry Association, and I am here to speak on the emergency ordinance as it is shown. Just to kind of give you guys what I've kind of discovered as far as emergency ordinances when they come to zoning issues and pulling permits of that nature. The state of Florida has actually issued a recommendation from the Attorney General's office when it comes to building moratoriums and emergency ordinances. In the city of Sanibel versus Bontrac, the 2nd District Court of Appeal held that a municipality must enact an ordinance declaring building moratorium with the same formality required for an ordinance that rezones property. In reaching such a conclusion, the court stated, if an ordinance substantially affects land use, it must be enacted under the procedures which govern zoning and rezoning to entirely prohibit a person from building upon his property, even temporarily, and a substantial restriction upon land use. Consequently, it is not too much to ask that a municipality follow the same procedures with respect to notice and hearing before it puts a moratorium into effect. So with that, the recommendation from the Attorney General's office, which is available on their website, is very distinct that it's more for the residential properties, that if you have single-family, multifamily residential lots, that if you're going to do anything that would hinder the permitting of that, it would have to go through your 2 hearings and not be under an emergency order. Commercial, they don't really talk about, it's more residential. It does go on to talk about the City of Gainesville versus GNV Investments in the First District Court of Appeal here in Florida, where the court struck down a city commission's declaration of a moratorium. The court held that the moratorium held and subsequent zoning resolutions were invalid and ineffective regarding a property owner's proposed development since the city failed to comply with statutory notice requirements. And again, that goes on. And by permitting the suspension of building permits for residential use before the city has adopted the building moratorium ordinance, the city in effect would be imposing a building moratorium before it has complied with the requirements of section 166.041 Florida statutes, as indicated by the court's decision in City of Sanibel versus Bontrac and City of Gainesville versus GNV Investments. A municipality may not impose a building moratorium until and unless the requirements of section 166.041 Florida statutes have been met. So my request would be that all multifamily, single-family residential lots be exempt from the emergency ordinance, and if that wants to be revisited, it be done through the official public hearings with 2 readings and things of that nature, as required in this section of Florida law.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Appreciate it. Take your time, sir.
My name is Jerry Johnson. I live at 3079 Isles Way in Venetian Bay. And as some of you may know, that 22 years ago, this was my dream, Venetian Bay. And it does not make me feel good to see some of the problems that are having to be dealt with now, that should not be dealt with now. We had many good years in Venetian Bay where we had, I can't remember any flooding. The criteria has always been that nobody should ever have a drop of water in their house. It shouldn't even come past the sidewalk. Shouldn't come past, besides, I think the criteria that you guys set is the crown of the street. Well, during the period of time that we sold property, because the banks wanted their money, so we had sold property to some people that do not feel the same way that we do about our city. And I've been doing this for 50 years in this area. And we take great pride. I don't know what that gentleman said, but he didn't call people like me a nice name. I'm not one of those people that he's talking about. We love our Venetian Bay, we love our community. We work very hard. I spent a fortune to make it look like it looked. Some of the changes got done, which is another story which we should talk about one day and not let that happen again. But as far as the sections now that do have a problem, no doubt about it. The problem down there at the south end, the airport road there, the preserve area is a problem. And I believe it's a problem that, because the land's not high enough, they did not fill it enough. You have only so much freeboard there, and if you have 3 foot of freeboard and you get 3 foot of rain into that, you're at the top of the lake and it comes over. You got 4 or 5 foot, then you've got more freeboard left to handle that. And I don't believe that anybody overtly designs a project to flood. I think that there are mistakes that were made, and mistakes have been made. Everybody's human. Obviously, those mistakes need to be corrected. It's a little difficult back in that section because streets are in, houses are built, what have you. Maybe a pump to pump out some lakes of that big swale down 44 might be an emergency deal that would work for them. But as far as Venetian Bay and the concept of Venetian Bay, it's one of the most beautiful places, and a lot of people that live there enjoy themselves. And there's the two people that talked about the wetlands. We're encouraged to say wetlands because that's what we want to store water into when you have excess. And that's one of the things that St. John's wants you to do. And a lot of people like to live against them. You don't have to, but a lot of people do. And I agree 1,000% with them and the fact that we don't need another coastal woods in Venetian Bay or around Venetian Bay, and that's what the heck we may be getting. And that hurt my heart to see that area be torn down and houses built like Fort Dix. And no desire to leave anything for nature and for people to walk. I don't know how many miles of trails we have out there at Venetian that people enjoy every day. You see them walking and riding and taking their kids and pushing their kids. We see that every day, and it's a wonderful thing to see.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Johnson.
Okay.
Appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
I had intended to speak because I usually say too much. I'm Nita Dallaslager, and I live in the Tuscany Square condominiums. I've waded through water just like everybody else in Venetian Bay, and I just heard the woman from the Volusia Builders Association come up and really threaten you. She literally threatened you guys. The Sanibel versus so-and-so, St. Pete versus so-and-so. And these builders have more money than we do. And I'm afraid that because of that, the city's gonna say, okay, you win again. Because GeoSam has done this to us. And they're gonna continue to do it as long as they get the money and as long as you recognize that they're the money, not us.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Appreciate that. Order. Anybody else for public comment? Seeing none, public participation is now closed. Thank you all for participating. We'll now enter into the discussion amongst the commission. Any particular commissioner have a question or a comment you'd like to make? Commissioner Martin?
Just a question. How much land would this moratorium impact? You know, what's the open area that would be affected since the already platted and approved houses are exempt? So what's the impact?
When you're saying what's the impact, like what's the size of the area?
Sounds like she wants to know the size, yeah. How many
The
acres?
size?
How many acres will be, because as I said, I know those that are platted and approved are exempt, so what's left?
Do we know, Ron? Do we know how many acres?
There's 80 lots that are platted that have information. As far as acreage, I don't have any acreage.
Okay, so anything that's been platted but not approved is part of the moratorium.
Correct. No, anything that's platted but not approved is exempt from the moratorium.
Anything that's platted and not approved is exempt.
Correct, meaning if it's a platted lot, and if they want to come in for a permit for the single-family lot.
They can go forward.
Okay.
Any other question? You got that one?
So,
So
in
single-family
retrospect-
dwellings are
retrospect,
yes.
Think about it this way. If you have a phase in Venetian Bay, not outside Venetian, and you have a phase, say single-family lots left, that they are approved plats.
Yes.
Within the approved phase, they will be exempt from this because they're already approved. But
That's what I understood.
for
That's why I
example,
had-
the project that they were referring to, right at the entrance, will be included in this. They couldn't get a permit at this point. They will be included in the moratorium.
So there may be up to 80 lots that are impacted.
That's what they indicated. There's 80 lots that they're outside, that they are not, that will be included. And anything that it's within the area, that it's commercial and it's not approved, that will be included.
Commissioner McGurk.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not an expert, but I can walk out there and see that there's a problem.
Okay, folks, please don't do that anymore. We have you loud and clear. Just let's work through this, please.
I can't imagine the Builders Association wants irresponsible development. I'm sure they don't want that, but I'm sure that you can recognize that there's a problem out there. This moratorium will be the start of something that needs to happen. It may be expanded, I don't know, but it's certainly the start to try to get to the bottom of what's going on. And as I said, I think that the Builders Association should be walking with us and not insinuating certain things in public. Feel free to meet with us. We'd love to talk with you. But let's do this together. Let's do it the right way, and let's fix what we know. We know there's a problem. Thank you, Mayor.
Really good. Commissioner Perrine.
The only thing I want to mention is I appreciate Mr. Johnson coming up and speaking about how it used to be. I remember Venetian Bay 20 years ago versus what it is now. I almost bought a property there and love the community. I'm sad to see all of these things happen to my friends in Venetian Bay. And I wanted to also remind people, this board did not approve the clear cutting for Shell Point, just so that you know that. I'm not taking ownership of that. It didn't happen from me. But I just appreciate you coming up and standing up, and we need to make this right.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Hartman.
So the intent of this was to start the process someplace. And Portofino has always consistently flooded in the roads, whether it's a storm, named storm, unnamed storm, almost every rainstorm. I get tons of pictures and comments from the residents that they continually have the water problem. You know, I go to staff says no, it was built as designed. And so this will start the process to say, maybe we need to change the way we design things in the future, or maybe there's a problem. This is the start. If it's determined that the canal along Airport Road is not dumping the water as it's supposed to up in Samsula, that will be the next phase, so that we can get ahead of this problem before we get any further in the hole. And that was the whole intent of doing this emergency order. And it's just until we can get it back to the Planning and Zoning Board and get through them, go through the hearing process so that we're complying with all the statutes. And I think this ordinance complies with all the statutes that exist and are pertinent to this information. But if we don't start someplace, we're never going to get a handle on the problem. And the problem will be compounded every time there's a new development approved if we're basing our data on old data or inferior data. So I commend the people the residents who started this, hired their own attorney, hired their own engineer to take a look at it, provided us with that information so that we can realistically say something's got to be done. We've got to determine what the problem is and how to fix the problem, or cannot fix the problem. So that's the intent of this emergency order, is to get something started now so we can get through the process and try to find a resolve to this at some point in the future.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate those remarks. I just want to conclude with a few. We're late. We're late, and you guys know it. So I apologize for being late to hearing and getting ahead. We're not going to get ahead. We're going to catch up, and then we're going to get ahead. But two things. We're going to begin it with the end in mind. What is the ideal situation? What do we want at the end of this for the residents of Venetian Bay? You've already had the damage thing. If we could get to a better place, a different place, something that Jerry had in mind when he started Venetian, it won't erase your trouble for today, but it'll fix the trouble for the generations that follow us. The other piece of that, as Commissioner Hartman says, is even the longest journey begins with a single step. And lest you think that this is it is definitely not it. We're going to take a stair-step approach using math, logic, and science. I'm not a stormwater expert, but we have stormwater experts. We bought and paid for certificated, licensed people that use math, logic, and science to get to the right place. And so that it took your crowd to come and actually raise this up, I applaud you for doing that. That's what we're here for. We're here to listen. I assure you the actions will be taken. I assure you we'll follow legal procedures. When we have the city staff with two amazing city attorneys, so we're not going to break any rules and get us in a jam there. And yes, I understand that the developers have deep pockets, but the law is the law, and we write the LDRs and we write the codes, and so we will work to make it right. We will eventually find out what the engineering casualty was that caused this start and what has caused it to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And we will reverse that, and we will fix it for the long run. It won't be instant pudding, folks, but I assure you we will get there. So with that said, any other follow-ons by any commissioner? I want to hear from the Assistant City Attorney one more time, Shay. We are going to follow the procedures. There's a couple more readings. We will not be in violation of anything. We're going to proceed in the proper manner. Is that right?
Correct. So this is done as an emergency ordinance due to the concern for future development that might be occurring within this area. So that's why we did it as an emergency ordinance and will take effect tonight. It does exempt out the single-family homes that are already approved and platted, but at the same point in time, it will be going to planning and zoning further this month, which is our normal process, and then it will come back through here for 2 readings before the commission is the way that we adopt an ordinance typically. So we will comply with our due process rights.
Really good to hear. So this will go to planning and zoning once, twice?
It will go to planning and zoning once
And
then come
back here twice.
Correct.
So those of you that showed up tonight, I'd love to see you at the planning and zoning meeting. Let your planning and zoning board hear from you. That's very important. Is there a motion to adopt emergency ordinance number 1624?
Make a motion to adopt ordinance 1624.
There's a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any more discussion? Any follow-up remarks? City manager, we still in good place?
I just want to always make one comment before you take the vote. One of the comments was made that typically the way we look at the problem is I want to find out the source of the problem before I just put a Band-Aid on it. It's obvious from the hurricanes and from the storms there is something going on. It's happening there. I mean, there is no question about it. So I want to go out to the source of the problem and take it from there and not put a Band-Aid on it, because I could put a Band-Aid on it, but that's not what's the intent right now. So we will do everything possible to find out the source and then come up with a solution and an action plan.
That's the city manager engineer using his engineering logic to say, let's find the causal, not the symptoms. And so we will get there with the cause that originally started, and we'll be seeing those symptoms all along the way, but we're going after the cause. With that said, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preen?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
1624 has been adopted. Thank you so much. So let's go back to 9A, and thank all of you for coming. You can remain or you can depart. Appreciate that. Thank you, man. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll expedite your departure, we get on with the rest of our meeting, please. Please take your conversations out in the hall. We appreciate that. Thank you, Chief. A public hearing will be conducted to consider approval of a license agreement, which is, if approved, would allow for private funded and private maintained public improvements in a platted parcel owned by the City of New Smyrna Beach and accepting associated relief from restrictions on the property and easement for public use. I see Senior Planner Mathan in spot. We're ready for your report, Bob.
Yeah, I didn't know if we could open both items since they
Yes,
kind of
Mayor.
are companion items.
Yep. All right. I'll open the second one as coached previously. That would be item 9B, which is a license agreement allowing private funded and private maintained public improvements in a platted parcel owned by the City of New Smyrna Beach, accepting associated release of restrictions on the property, which has been either approved or denied. Yeah?
So 9B is ordinance 9,
Oh, 9,
0924.
all right, I got it. 0924, the second reading, yep. It's the second reading and public hearing of an ordinance which, if adopted, would vacate a portion of the platted Cooper Street. This section of unopened right-of-way is located east 3rd Avenue between South Peninsula Avenue and Saxon Boulevard. Thank you for letting me reading that.
And so I'm going to read it by title. Ordinance number 0924, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach vacating a portion of the platted right-of-way in the J.Y. Ditwaller subdivision, generally located south of 3rd Avenue and west of Saxon Drive, providing for conflicting ordinance and providing for effective date.
Mr. Mathan.
Yes, sir. I'd like to go ahead and start with the ordinance 09-24, since that item's going to be the majority, and the license agreement second, which that'll be the companion bill for it. So as shown on the location map, the area shaded in black is the location of the requested vacation of a section of Cooper Street. The subject property, or subject portion of the right-of-way is a 75 by width by 135 foot deep. It's generally located south of East 3rd Avenue, west of Saxon Drive, and it's within the first edition of the 1925 Detwaller subdivision. A sketch of the description has been provided by a Florida licensed surveyor of the requested vacation. The sketch shows that the 75 foot wide by 135 foot deep Cooper Street unopened platted right-of-way. There is also an additional request to improve a section of a deeded parcel that the applicant has requested use for some public improvements. These improvements will require a license agreement reviewed and approved by the City Commission between the city and the adjacent property owners. The request would contain approximately 10,125 square feet. It's adjacent to commercial business to the west and a proposed new business to the east. The request would equally divide the proposed vacated right-of-way between these two property owners. So under section 305.03, paragraph C, subparagraph 1 of the city's land development regulation, it requires that the city planner shall review the application package for consistency with the city comprehensive plan and the land development regulations. And 2, in addition, the city planner shall determine whether or not the proposed vacation would be in the interest of the public good. So those reviews or determinations are included as part of the staff report to evaluate that requested vacation as required. The Land Development Section 305.03, paragraph C, subparagraph 4 also states that the following regard to the City's Commission's specific responsibilities concerning a public right-of-way vacation request. 1, the City Commission shall also determine whether or not the requested vacation would be in the interest of the public good. 2, the City Commission shall deny the request if there's no evidence that the vacation would be in the interest of the public good. 3, the request shall not be approved for the sole reason of providing a benefit for the applicant or adjacent property owners. And finally, the City Commission shall hold a public hearing concerning the requested vacation in order for the public to voice its concerns on the requested vacation. The following are portions of the city's comprehensive plan that pertain to the specific request for vacation of public lands at this Central Beach side location that's fronting State Road A1A and 3rd Avenue and the Indian River or Mosquito Lagoon, with comment staff following each one of the comprehensive plan goals, objectives, and policies are in bold. So first, under Chapter 2, the future land use element, goal number 1, objective number 2, policy D, is to maintain a sense of community through the provisions of public spaces and landscaping of parks, recreation areas, and medians. So staff's response is that the area proposed for vacation is currently an undeveloped public right-of-way. It's known as Cooper Street. The proposed public access easement, the installation of a walkway, and a pavilion to overlook this natural estuary could maintain the sense of community. It would create a public space with the feel of a park. Next, under goal number 1, objective 3, policy B, we should be concentrating on proposed commercial developments around major roadways and intersections and discouraging proposals that would increase the frontage of existing commercial strips. Staff's response is the vacation could serve as the above designated comprehensive plan purpose of discouraging proposals that would increase the frontage of existing commercial strips by installing a public space with landscaping. The proposed public easement with a walkway, pavilion, and landscaping could create a visual separation or a break between the two commercial businesses. Next, under goal 4, objective 5, policy E, the city shall develop a plan to acquire properties with waterfront access for private and public redevelopment. The staff response to that would be that the applicant is proposing a public access easement, a walkway to a public pavilion, provide an easement for a future public boardwalk, install landscaping, and they're going to dedicate 2 parking spots for access. This proposal would be a good partnership, creating a private and public redevelopment. The applicants would incur all the costs associated with the creation of this public space and easements, except for the construction of any future public boardwalk. Then goal number 7, objective 1, policy F, we're to participate in the state and county in acquisition of preservation of lands lying within the Indian River estuary system. Staff response to that would be the proposal would create a viewing area between the uplands and the estuary with no known impacts to the Indian River estuarine system. The city would still own a rear deeded parcel that would be adjacent to that system. And under Chapter 3, which is our transportation element, roadways with special characteristics, this would be page 3-14. It states that State Road A1A or the South Causeway, East 3rd Avenue, South Atlantic Avenue, the State Road A1E is a physically constrained facility due to the unavailability of right-of-way from Oak Street to the south city limits. So staff's response is the section of State Road A1A, which is 3rd Avenue, is listed in the comprehensive plan as a physically constrained roadway due to the unavailability of additional right-of-way. So this proposed vacation would not actually negatively impact the traffic mobility along A1A or 3rd Avenue. Then we go to Chapter 10, which is our recreation and open space element. There's a goal to provide and maintain an outstanding system of recreation and open space areas that will meet the present and future needs of New Smyrna Beach. So staff's response would be the area proposed for vacation is currently an undeveloped public right-of-way, and the applicant has proposed to create a public space that would meet some of the needs for passive recreation and open space. So the city planner is also obligated to review any requested street vacation to determine whether or not the proposed vacation would be in the interest of the public good. Some of the improvements would be installed outside of the requested right-of-way vacation. So these improvements would be done with a deeded parcel that's owned by the city. We would use a license agreement that would be approved by this commission. The applicant has submitted a letter to explain how they perceive that the vacation request is in the interest of the public good, which is in italics, and the planning department's comments are in bold following each item. First, they said that the requested vacation would provide a new 2-lane driveway access for each adjacent property, that the internal driveways between the two businesses would reduce traffic on East 3rd Avenue, and would be a big benefit to the overall East 3rd Avenue commercial district. The staff's response that if DOT approves separating the access points, it would seem to create a safer access point for the two proposed restaurant and existing Mondelez bakery. The new proposed relocation of the bakery's east side drive aisle and the proposed additional parking would benefit both adjacent property owners and the general public for egress on and off of these properties. Next, they listed that a new public amenity in the form of the viewing pavilion would also be proposed that would provide visitors with an overlook of the mangroves. Staff's response was the applicant has proposed multiple improvements at their cost that would benefit the general public with access to view the Indian River estuary system. The public space could be accessed by foot, bicycle, or by vehicle. So the city engineer reviewed the application based on future stormwater projects or any proposed improvements to requested right-of-way vacation. The city engineering department had no conflict with the request, that they said there's currently no proposed stormwater or right-of-way improvements for this unopened section of Cooper Street. So back at the regular scheduled meeting on December the 4th, 2023, the Planning and Zoning Board voted 3-4, which was a failed motion to give a positive recommendation to the City Commission to approve the requested vacation of Cooper Street. This motion was based on a previous staff report, previous recommendation, and actually previous exhibits. So during the January 9th, 2024 City Commission meeting, the Commission voted 4-1 to approve Resolution 02-24 and made a separate motion to bring this item for reconsideration back to the Planning and Zoning Board. And the Commission voted 5-0 to approve that motion. So at the regular scheduled meeting on February 5th, 2024, the Planning and Zoning Board heard a reconsideration of the proposed right-of-way vacation, and they voted 5-2 to give the Commission a positive recommendation to approve the requested right-of-way vacation of the section of Cooper Street with the Planning Department's conditions, and they added 4 additional conditions. Condition number 1 was added was that the vacated right-of-way would be returned back to its natural state by the applicants if the improvements were not installed in the agreed time frame. 2, the applicant shall install educational signage to illustrate the type of Florida-friendly plant material that will be installed. 3, site lighting will be required along the walkway and pavilion. 4, the applicant shall be required to maintain all improvements, including the installed walkway, landscaping, signage, lighting, and pavilion. So in the required associated staff report review of this right-of-way vacation request for consistency with the city's comprehensive plan and determine if the proposed vacation would be in the interest of the public good, those reviews and determinations were included in the staff report. The department's recommendation to the City Commission is that the request does meet the required criteria and provides a benefit for the general public, adjacent property owners, and the Planning Department recommends the City Commission to approve the application with the negotiated conditions and the additional conditions voted on by the Planning and Zoning Board. So there are 15 conditions that were agreed to by the applicant, that Mondelez and the Beach House would provide and maintain a public access easement over most of the vacated right-of-way as depicted in their conceptual plan. It is redlined. Number 2, the Mondelez and Beach House will provide public access easements to allow access to the wetland conservation area and the remainder of the Cooper Street right-of-way and the platted area owned by the city. 3, the applicants, Mondelez and Beach House, would provide public access easement to allow the use of much of the partial vacated right-of-way as a park, a public space, and provide in the green area shown on their concept plan. 4, the Beach House would build a public walkway from the sidewalk on 3rd Avenue to the pavilion overlook as provided on the attached concept plan. The sign will be provided that would indicate that the walkway, the pavilion, and the public space would be closed from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. Number 5, the Beach House would agree to build the walkway, pavilion, and landscaping for the open space as part of the construction of the proposed restaurant at the applicant's, which is the Beach House Bar and Grill, sole cost. Number 6, the Beach House would agree to maintain the walkway, pavilion, and landscaping for open space as part of the construction of the proposed restaurant at their sole cost. Number 7, the Mondeleeson Beach House would provide a 10-foot wide access easement along the south side of their property for any type of future 3rd Avenue District boardwalk system. Number 8, Mondeleeson Beach House would work with the city and adjacent landowners to obtain additional connecting easements to potentially allow for a connection between the hotel site and hopefully Saxon Avenue as a trail system. Number 9, Mondeleeson Beach House would use the vacated right-of-way in part to design and build a safer driveway to 3rd Avenue at the intersection of Cooper Street, as it would be recommended by staff and DOT. The applicant, Beach House, would build the initial safer access points as part of their site plan, and the Mondeleeson would be required to tie into that said safer access point upon their site plan approval. Number 10, the Beach House will provide 2 parking spaces dedicated to the public for the walkway and pavilion. 11, the Mondeleeson Beach House will incorporate area and their respective areas of vacated right-of-way public easement with their respective commercial parcels, and said parcels will be taxed as part of their respective commercial parcels. Number 12, the Beach House will construct a walkway, pavilion, and landscape, the open public space within 1 year of the approval of their site plan for the Beach House Bar and Grill, with a maximum of 3 years to complete the walkway, pavilion, and landscaping open to the public, or the said right-of-way would verge back to the city. Number 13, Beach House would cause the removal of the Brazilian peppers within both sections of the public space as part of their construction of the Beach House Bar and Grill. 14, the Beach House would utilize native and friendly Florida landscape material for a public space area, incorporate that plant material in their landscaping along the frontage of 3rd Avenue to create a consistent feel to the projects. Applicants, the Beach House, would also maintain 2 to 3 4-inch diameter breast height or DBH oak trees in the project for a public space in a manner to maintain viability. And last, the Mondeleeson would extend the landscaping and native and Florida-friendly plant material across the 3rd Avenue frontage to be consistent with the Beach House and the public space. So the applicant has supplied the planning department with 2 attachments. The upper attachment shows the public easement for the future public boardwalk if the city ever wanted to create this public space through some future capital improvement project. The path shown required agreements to be with the approved hotel site to the west and the existing CVS properties to the east. The lower exhibit is a conceptual plan that was provided by the applicant that showed the proposed public space and private improvements if the vacation and the lease agreement are approved by the City Commission. So that's a brief summary of the staff report for the street vacation. We'd like to move on to the Cooper Street license agreement.
Mayor, if I may.
Yeah.
One of the conditions he's got is the easement that we have, and that seems like it's creating some issues. So I don't mind if that condition is out of this list. Talking about the easement for the boardwalk.
So the applicants, which is P&J Florida Properties LLC and the Florida's Finest French Bakery Incorporated, request the City Commission to consider a license agreement between the 2 adjacent property owners to construct and maintain private-funded public improvements in a deeded parcel owned by the City of New Smyrna Beach. The subject portion of the deeded parcel that was dedicated as a roadway extension of Cooper Street that's generally located south of the East 3rd Avenue and west of Saxon Drive. Ordinance 9-24 is a request to vacate a section of the platted right-of-way known as Cooper Street. So as part of that request, the planning department and the applicant's representative have negotiated the 15 conditions, and the Planning and Zoning Board created 4 additional conditions. The license agreement would spell out the required conditions and proposed required improvements to the property of the general public to access. The proposed improvements included public access easements, installation of landscaping and signage, public pavilion, and site lighting. The conditions are listed in Exhibit A of that license agreement. The conceptual plan does separate the different improvements. Most of the improvements will be placed on the vacated Cooper Street right-of-way, but the pavilion would be placed on the city-owned property to the south with this proposed license agreement. The Planning Department recommends the City Commission approve the requested license agreement for the required installation of the public improvements in a city-owned deeded parcel to coincide with the requested vacation of the unopened Cooper Street right-of-way and accept the release of the restricted covenant and easements for a future public boardwalk. And that is a summary of that staff report, both staff reports, subject to any questions the commission may have.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that report, and as in-depth as it was. So just for clarity, we have 2 items to consider. We're going to consider them separately, open the public hearing separately, and vote on them separately. The recommendation from the city attorney is we start with the vacation of the platted Cooper Street first. So if, without objection, we'll start with item 9B and then go back to item 9A. And are there any questions for the city planner on the vacation of the platted Cooper Street?
Okay.
Yeah? Okay.
Okay.
That or up.
I find it ironic that we're having this conversation after the Venetian Bay and the flooding issues there. You were all given a picture of what Third Avenue looked like in Ian, and it was also like this in Irma. And you can see, and I also have images of the height. Mondelez, as you can see on this photo, is a good bit higher than the property we're discussing. And you can see that the property we're discussing, you can see where it goes on this car. Now, if we fill in that wetland area, where is this water going? And we've got 2 choices. It is straight into the Indian River Lagoon, and we discussed last night what a great deal it was to be cleaning up the lagoon. So today we're talking about shunting stormwater runoff into it. Or if it gets shunted somehow, and there's no plans, remember, to do anything about our stormwater system here, but should it manage to get into the DOT pipe, it will go into a retention pond on the corner of 2nd and Goodwin, which already floods a lot. There are brand new houses that went up there on the corner of 2nd and Goodwin that had 8 inches of water stain on the outside of their houses. So I don't understand how we could put a moratorium in on Venetian Bay and then turn around and even contemplate covering more impervious area in a wetland in the estuary. So explain it to me. Also, I am troubled by, I'd like to thank you for removing the easement and the boardwalk. We've been asking for that for weeks, but if you notice.
I recommended it. It's just
Recommended,
you still have
okay,
to
you
approve.
recommended.
And
But
just for the record, there's 2 different easements. We should keep the easement that is going to allow us to cross over the vacation of the
yes,
right-of-way to access.
we're talking about the
straight one.
the
boardwalk one.
the existent boardwalk. I have seen, 6 or 8 iterations of this project, and I'm troubled by the many versions. We even have, there was a word "if" that was removed from tonight's presentation that was in the original. If this is a constrained roadway, suddenly became, it is a constrained roadway, which is a huge difference. I think that when changes are made on the fly like this lacks transparency. We publish an agenda, people have a reason to believe that what we publish is what will be discussed. And when we change things on the fly, I don't think that's fair to the public. So that's a big concern. Those are my starting points. Thank you.
Good one. And so maybe, Bob, you or Khalid will have some insight into, as we talked when I got my briefing, that there's a factor of controllability in what you've got proposed. So maybe you can highlight that.
Sure. The change that you see on this one, I think what happened is some of these improvements were within the 75 foot that it's supposed to be vacated. With this change, you would not have that within that area. So this way, in case of that you have to do, for example, you want to take it back, the only thing that you have to worry about is the dock that it's in the 40-foot area. That's the only change that we had. So if you look at the previous, do you have a copy of the previous one, Bob?
slightly different conceptual plan in the license and in the vacation. This one shows additional
Yeah.
traffic areas, different.
I mean, I think that's the only area, the only thing that the city attorney pointed out, it's the one area that it's within the 40-foot by 75.
Yeah, no, I'm just talking about the conceptual plan differing between the vacation document and the license document. There's two different images.
I know, I got that. But what I'm saying is the difference between the previous conceptual plan and this plan, including both, the improvement within the area that we have the license agreement, it had paving area. So we took it out. So now the paving area is out of there. The only thing left in it is just the dock.
But, okay, how would we park? I'm not talking the license, I'm talking about what was originally considered one project. But if we vacate that area, and we're talking about some kind of public good, where the most benefit that I can see to the public would be to retain that and allow that to gather stormwater, you're talking about paving all of that for parking and a driveway. That will increase flooding. So I'm deeply concerned that we're worried about the Venetian Bay flooding, but we're setting up a project that would increase flooding in that area.
Now, they will have their own system here.
Where would it move water to?
Well, they have to store it within the parking lot. They have to have their own system.
There is nothing to indicate anything on there. If they put it underground, how high would that be raising? I mean, 'cause remember, Mondelez is a good bit higher than the rest of the land.
These are very good questions, Bob.
Commission-
If you don't know, I see
I'm
the
not a
attorney.
licensed engineer, so I can't answer storm.
How about the attorney behind you? He may-
Commissioner
he may have
Martin,
some
if I
insight.
may, this is only conceptual. They haven't got to this, but they will have to provide, like any other site plan, they have to provide landscaping.
But that in-depth site plan would not come in until we had vacated the property. Then they would do the in-depth site plan. And I am saying, if we vacate this property, we're setting it up for more flooding in that area. I think the public good is to leave it as it is. Look at how much water, you can see how much water is being collected during these hurricanes. The cost to us is considerable. So if we vacate this and pave this over, that water has no place to go. You can tell me you can put it underground, but it's already there.
But this water you're showing there, that's from DOT. This is DOT responsibility. That water there is not going to go to this property. This is some of it is a private property there. It would not go to this one.
How wait a minute, are there directional signs for the water?
There is no direction.
The DOT pipe goes to Second and Goodwin.
Sure.
Second and Goodwin already floods all the time. So directing more water to Second and Goodwin, I don't understand that helping. If the water is already too great for the DOT system to handle, and if there is no plan to do any improvement on the stormwater system, I don't see anything that they can do except dump it in the estuary, which will then overflow and flood the Saxon houses. It's just moving the water elsewhere and creating additional pollution. This public benefit is to allow that area to continue to absorb the water, to take the water that otherwise would be going into people's homes or businesses.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry, Joey.
So the difference in the two conception plans, the plan that's on there now is the plan that was submitted because they were looking to vacate a larger piece of property. So now when you have the agreement, that conceptual plan has been updated to separate the 40 by 75 part of the license agreement, and then the 75 by 135, which is the actual right-of-way that's being proposed to be vacated. So the one you're seeing now is an older exhibit. They have updated that, which is what was in the conceptual.
There's also
plan that was
directional
for-
change on the left for the traffic.
Ma'am?
All the way to the west, there's a directional change between the traffic flow.
Right. But for the portion that's being vacated, that's changed because since now they're asking for a vacation of the south 40 feet, they've had to reconfigure how that drive's going to be for the Mondelez. It's not going to be further north than what's being shown in this plan.
Is there any more enlightenment on the question about the runoff and the containment? And does the attorney have any of that or not? If you can speak to that, great. Otherwise, I don't need to hear from you now. Okay, thank you. And Bob, you don't have any more about water containment, do you?
No, sir.
And as I understand it, I think I'm getting to where Commissioner Martin's going, is that has to be part of the site plan, which we have not considered yet. And her point, if I get it right, square me away if I'm wrong, is absent the site plan that has a tight water containment, which we'd like to help understand the engineering behind that. Where is the water that is going to go? It's going to be stored underground and that will be contained, and then where does it ultimately go? Or does it stay there and evaporate? What is the, if you have an engineering perspective on how that happens, I think it might be
would
helpful.
have a positive outflow. So what happened is the system, it's underground. I mean, if I'm assuming this is what they will be using. So it would contain the system. If it goes over the rate amount that it's supposed to hold, then that will just discharge to probably to the 40 foot and down to the estuary. That's what it's supposed to do. That's what it does today. However, if it does discharge today, let's say it discharges a cup, it cannot discharge after the system more than a cup. Now, the picture that she's showing is, this is from 3rd Avenue. This is not from here. So DOT, I mean, we have pointed to DOT about the issue there. They have flooding on there. They have flooding on South Atlantic where the county is. Now, this does not happen every day. This is during a hurricane.
Yeah, but, okay, I will only point out that this water level is about the level of the property. And, you know, Mondelez is sitting on a nice little hill. And, you know, there's a big slope. And to get from where the Oceans property is all the way up to Mondelez, that's a lot of fill. And that is filling in that marsh, that's filling in that wetland, and it is filling in that estuary. How do we applaud preserving and cleaning and then turn around and fill it?
Have your position. Commissioner McGurk.
Bob, private property. Let's take this whole vacation out of the discussion for a second. This large area right now that is private property that's going to be developed as a parking lot for where Oceans used to be, right?
Correct.
You following me?
Yes.
They're going to have to hold their water on the property like any other business has when you build a parking lot. A few ways to do it. One is you build a big ditch, or the other way, because property is, it's not a couple acres, you're going to do underground exfiltration. Now, I know something about it because I had to do it in my parking lot. You got giant pipes, and the pipes have slits in it, and depending on how much water you have to hold, depends on how big your pipes are. Those pipes hold it, and then it sits in the pipes, and then it slowly seeps through the slits in the either concrete or plastic pipes, which then slowly exfiltrates throughout the system over a long period of time. So that's how every parking lot is done for the most part. And then in this case, they're going to add 75 feet to it, right? What's roughly the vacation area, the width?
Correct.
They're going to concrete that as part of the parking lot. And that vacated area, that new vacated area, which will be part of the parking lot, is also going to be part of the overall stormwater controlled system, right? In
Correct.
theory.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Bob.
But it won't be 100% covered. That section of the right-of-way will have green areas.
But any
and-
place they put concrete over is going to be part of the parking lot that is designed to hold the water.
Correct. They'll have to hire an engineer to design that system to meet the state requirements and be reviewed by our city engineer's office.
And that's where the water goes.
Go in turn.
Thank you,
Go
Bob.
in turn.
I was just going to say, I believe that the ability to use an exfiltration system like that is dependent on the water table at that location. So if the water table is high, there's no way for it to exfiltrate. So there is a big engineering issue. It is not a one-size-fits-all exfiltration system on top of the ground.
Right, right. They'll have to design it. I mean, we have underground systems that are close to the water table. The old Molinax Ford, that entire site has an underground infiltration that's right up next to the marsh. So it can be done. It just has to be designed properly.
Vice Mayor.
I've been taking a lot of notes on a lot of the emails that we've received and comments and pros and cons. I'm going to summarize some things, and if I say a wrong statement, please tell me. It doesn't sound like anyone since 1929 has ever asked to put a walkway or do anything with this strip of land, correct?
Correct. We've had no plans or anybody come forward to want to improve this other than the adjacent property owner.
So I just find it unusual that all of a sudden these citizens are wanting this stopped. And from reading a lot of the things, it doesn't even have to do with the Brazilian peppers and things. That has to do with code enforcement on another issue. And they fear that is going to continue on here. But I remember Oceans being there for years without traffic issues. So I can't see why this would be any different, and that vacate would actually help with the additional parking and the flow.
We feel that the way that they're looking at it as a concept would be a safer way to get through that property. By separating those access points further away, you think that it would be a safer flow on the property to either access on or off.
Because in the past, when it was Oceans, I was terrified driving and parking on that empty lot. It was horrible. I feared my car was going to be lost in a hole. These two business owners are taking an area run down by Brazilian peppers, and there's been homeless camps there, revitalizing it, putting it back into the property tax rolls, and taking over the maintenance and paying for the improvements. It's all a win-win. The only thing I see is that we need to make sure it doesn't cause more flooding. So with all of that, if we get the report back from DOT and they're saying this, I would like to see that it doesn't hurt the flooding, but whatever they do improves the flooding. If we don't see that at any time, can we revert back to what colleges said and we let it go back to what we originally said?
Well, the agreement for the improvements, they have to put those improvements in or it resorts back to us. If they don't develop this portion in a certain period of time, it has to resort back to the city.
But what about the DOT requirements in the flooding?
Well, with DOT, we can't control what they're going to allow for access point. We believe that since the proposed access point actually would remove one of the access points that the bond lease currently has, that they would probably improve that access point. But, we're not DOT, so I can't guarantee they're going to approve that location.
And if they don't approve it, and then what?
They'll have to design it based on the access points that will be allowed by DOT.
And it would come back to us?
No, it would not come back to this body here.
So what do you see, Bob, as a negative, since you were not approving? I see all the conditions that were added, which I kind of disagree with the statement made that they don't like that there was changes, but I can see the changes were positive changes. And we did kick it back to P&Z, and they approved it. So we have done a lot on this before we've even gotten to the flooding issue. Now this has been brought up, and of course we're all concerned about that. We don't want another problem. So help us here with this decision, because I see all positive except for the flooding.
Yeah. So, this application came to us in April of last year. So we're on 10 months with this application to this point now. When we had the first posted agenda, it was in November. And then that was continued to December. In December, the conceptual plans that we had as staff, or I had, I just couldn't support that. There was not a lot of, I thought, public good. So after that meeting, and we sit down with the applicant, and they came up, and we negotiated 15 different items. They came up with most of them, because they were trying to follow what concerns that staff had at the Planning and Zoning Board. How do we better those concerns? So with those number of conditions, at that point, we felt it met all the areas that we felt it was lacking. So since they met all the areas that we felt was lacking, we changed our recommendation to approval instead of denial.
So let's say we don't do the vacate. We're not going to do anything with the flooding on that strip of land. That's not going to help. It's already doing it. I don't see how this would make it worse if their engineering is going to make the parking lot better than what we have now. So I don't understand those comments of how that would hurt. It would help because we're not going to do anything with this land. We've got these two businesses doing all the maintenance. If they have flooding issues, the businesses are going to have to do the maintenance of that. It takes the responsibility off of us. That's a win-win, in my opinion.
Right.
If the people have code enforcement issues because they don't like what the Garlic or anybody else is doing, they need to call code enforcement. They don't need to send us anonymous letters, to our house. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, for the city, for staff, we're just providing the land. They're providing all the improvements.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Mathan? I recognize the attorney for the applicants for a presentation, please.
Good evening, Joey Posey, 420 South Nova, attorney for the applicant. Glenn obviously apologizes for being here. I will keep it short on the presentation side. There's been extensive discussion going back and forth over multiple hearings. There's a PowerPoint that probably has been presented ad nauseum. And obviously, we're submitting that for the record, and I believe most of the commission was in attendance at those meetings, so I don't want to reiterate and rehash all of that. The few things I do want to point out is, obviously Bob has found that we meet the code. We meet your requirements. We meet what it takes to vacate a public right-of-way, and some of this misnomer about its use and its intent and how you go about using a public right-of-way. Well, it's very clear in statute. It's for the transportation of people and vehicles. That's a right-of-way. You see it on plats. You see how it's purpose. And obviously, in 100 years, there's been little to no need for making that use of this piece of property. And you have two owners that want to move forward with something that will better the area, will create a better design for both projects. And as the evolution of this discussion has gone, this most recent iteration of the concept plan has removed any of the driveway access from that deeded area. So in terms of impervious coverage, you're really just talking about the pavilion and the walkway up to it in the deeded area. And as to the right-of-way area, well, it's a public right-of-way. If I wanted to put a road through it, then there's a road through it. You're really getting you're getting to the same point in a different way. And what I would hate to see is encouraging just bad planning with stipulating that this has to be a public right-of-way, and then that cost has to be borne by the citizens on the maintenance, the upkeep, and by returning the land to the underlying fee owner, which is the adjoining owners, then, well, that takes it off the books. That makes it easy. That we can have a safer project. We can even contemplate better stormwater, which is another point I wanted to mention. That Khalid is exactly right, that it's either positive outflow or you retain on site. So, I'm okay with saying that in public hearing, that that has to be what comes out of this in terms of the site plans. I think it's apples and oranges to say that Venetian Bay, that things that may have been, or the case 20 to 30 years ago in terms of planning, are, we do it better today. We're going through the process. That's why all this transparency and these rules are in place, is that when this site plan comes through, that it's designed with 2024 standards. And I don't mind making that a part of the conditions too, that again, that's in terms of this, if the flooding is the issue there, that the project has to be designed to retain that stormwater or create positive outflows. So I'm happy to give you what your code already requires. I guess is my point. Other than that, I'm available for questions. It's fairly straightforward in terms of seeing this concept plan, how it lays out, and it has many public benefits. So if there's anything we can do to help, we're always listening, and just happy we got to this point, and available for questions.
Any questions for the applicant? Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your participation. The public hearing is now open. If there are any citizens who wish to speak on this topic, please approach the podium. You'll have 3 minutes, same rules as before. This is your monologue, not a dialogue. We will not answer questions. And when you come forward, your name and address for the record. Thank you. Hello, Leslie.
Which item am I speaking of?
This is, we're going to do 9B,
combining?
which is the vacation of the platted Cooper Street. So we're doing that section for 9B.
That section.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Commission, and staff. My name is Leslie Sachs. My address is 8160 East 8th Avenue, New Smyrna Beach. Per the property appraiser, this parcel has a just value of $392,040, and I mentioned that at the P&Z meeting. And we should not give away or lease or license agreement for free any part of it. By stripping 40 feet off of this parcel with a 30-year license agreement, renewable annually, would severely reduce value and make this lot an orphan, or the remaining of the lot an orphan. And since this parcel abuts a significant water body, then I would think this item would need a unanimous vote as per the Charter, Chapter 6, Paragraph 4. By making a park within a parking lot, to me, is very dangerous for pedestrians, families, their children. According to Exhibit E, one of those whereas statements states the construction of a road or street within the legal description is injurious to the estuary ecosystem, and grantor desires to assist city in preventing injury to the ecosystem. And a future parking lot wouldn't be injurious? With the extra curb cuts in the proximity of Starbucks, this will create a bottleneck and more traffic problems for the public and slow down the nearby fire station response times. So when someone says this improves traffic, to me that makes no sense at all. To me, that severely diminishes the public benefit. The true public benefit lies in keeping this public land natural. It creates a natural flood buffer and protects the estuary from runoff, while also protecting wildlife and fish. We should not enrich the applicants with a free lease. Why are we giving away usage of this public land for free? I would hope the applicant's project can stand on its own without this additional 40 feet, period. It is not in the public's benefit to give away usage of city assets for free. Please leave this entire eco-sensitive parcel alone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. Are there others for public participation? Again, this is ordinance 924, the vacation of platted Cooper Street. Dr. Herman.
Commission, Randy Herman, 108 Esther Street, and talking to the issue of vacation. I want to echo what has just been said. I think, having followed this pretty closely, it has been confusing. And I think the initial denial by the planning department and the turn down by the P&Z did perhaps push it to become a better proposal. And I think you are facing that tonight. My concern is that it's still a lot of what ifs. There's still a lot of unanswered pieces to this. And it's been connected to some things that I think are red herrings, like the pavilion, like the walkway, like shrubbery, in a way to maybe, I think, make this a sweeter proposal. But I think, when you really go to the bare bones about what we're approving, we're giving away a piece of land, relinquishing all control of that land, which could, I assume, then be sold. We don't know if this restaurant is even going to be successful, the Oceans. What if it doesn't? Can they then turn around and sell that land? I think they could. So, I mean, I worry that we're giving away a piece of land, one of the few pieces left that's connected to the waterway. Now, it's a small piece of land, and I do think the city and the planning department have been remiss, and as have citizens, of not demanding something more of that property. It's right, it's been just sitting there, you know, and we should have, as citizens and or the planning department, should have said, let's do something with that piece of land, particularly as the amount of development that's occurring in that area, a lot of trees, a lot of landscaping is being removed. Very soon, a whole new revision of a project on Saxon is going to come in, and they're going to want to clear cut that area. So this is a rare little piece. It's a little piece. We could argue this seems a lot simpler for the city. It's, you know, we're getting some costs taken care of. I'm not arguing against that per se, but giving it up, we relinquish the control and in relationship to promises. So, you know, the land, if it's worth $400,000, if I said to each of you, 10 of you, give me $40,000 and I'll get back to you in 3 years. Would you give me $40,000? I don't think you would. I don't think there's enough solid reinforcement or evidence that allow us at this point to relinquish it. So I urge you not to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Are there others? Cynthia.
Kelly, could you put up Bob's first slide, number 13, please? Cindy Sneezak, 512 Yukon. I asked Kelly to please put my February 20th letter to the commission members. The subject line was a parking lot disguised as a public park, because I didn't know to ask that it be included in the hearing.
So I'm just going to
itself.
pause your time.
Yeah. Can we
I don't
do
have
that?
access to that, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Thank
ma'am?
you. I do not have access to that slide from,
But didn't you bring it up for Bob?
Mr. Mathan brought that up.
Oh, sorry. Okay, all right, no point there. I'm sorry, did you ask a question, Fred, and I didn't?
No, I just wanted to make sure that you weren't expecting to go over a slide that we couldn't see.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that didn't
Yes,
happen.
Thank you. I didn't know that, so thank you. Did you get my request about putting my February 20th letter in the hearing? Can you do that? A
I'm
parking
sorry.
lot
I can talk
described-
to you offline, I'm sorry, this is.
Okay, all right. So just a couple things to clear the air. You know, I welcome reopening a fish restaurant in a fish market. I welcome the Garris's putting in a good-sized parking lot to avoid problems that was seen at other locations. That's all good. I'm also aware that the city cannot sell that right-of-way portion. So I have no objection with any of that stuff. I get it. But I want to remind you that you have discretion. You know, I really didn't think of the flooding of other parcels. I will correct Commissioner Perrine in that I don't believe I heard any commissioner say that there was currently flooding in that area. I heard Commissioner Martin say her concerns were about pushing flooding to other areas because of that FDOT pipe. So I just needed to say that. But I read an Attorney General's opinion, which is why I sent you the letter that I had on the 20th. Attorney General's opinion 75-171 dated June 12, 1975, procedure for vacating streets. The summary of that opinion is that platted streets do not have to become streets. It's part of why I wrote you the letter that I did, referencing Florida statutes 167.09. So you have the right to alter, this is quoting, alter, widen, fill in, grade, pave, change, or divert the use of any or all public parks, squares, streets, avenues, highways, or any other way which has heretofore been or shall hereinafter be laid out either by cities or persons in any manner whatsoever. You have always had the right, as I have said from the very first planning and zoning meeting, you have always had the right and opportunity to do what Attorney Storch did, to do what I inquired of Mr. Mitchell to do. You can and still can ask for and accept an associated release on the restrictions on this platted street right-of-way, and use it to make a proper public park, and let them build their parking lot the size that they are planning to build it, not this. I ask you please not to have already made up your mind on this vote.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. Are there others for public participation? Mr. Ramirez. Go ahead.
780 South Cooper Street. I sat here through the P&Z meeting, a couple of them, and the meetings here, and I sat tonight and watched the presentation by the staff, Mr. Mather, and what he said on the slides there, and I learned something in the last 2 years of coming to these meetings here. As I go to the LDRs and I go through our charter, I see the word shall. And I asked an attorney friend of mine, I said, why can't we use the word will or could? And he said, and I looked it up, definition of the word shall is more directed. You will do this. You will do this. Could, it gives you leeway. Now, as legal attorneys, they'll tell you, when you use the word shall, you're going to do it. If you use the word will, well, you know, I ran out of money. I could have done this, but I got late. So the words become semantics, you might say. Nowhere that I see on the staff presentation the word will, the word shall. I did see that the applicant will do this, will do that. Oh, another thing is that the staff feels that it could benefit this, or it could do this. So I urge you to look at those words and use them as they should be. And if the applicant says, I shall do this, you know it's true. Another thing that I want to bring up is it's Title 50, Chapter 712 of the Florida Statute 2019, the Senate wrote out, is the Marketable Repairable Title Act. What that does is any title that's out there, any restrictions on a title can be taken away if it hasn't been addressed in 30 years. So you own a property, says you can only do this for the property there. In 30 years, if it has not been addressed, it's gone. All restrictions are removed from any property available. What else am I going to say? And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Any others for public participation? Sir.
Good evening. My name's David McKay. I reside at 1319 Beacon Street, New Smyrna. I would urge you to deny this request for plat vacation, and I'll give you my reasoning. The vacation of a platted street is a statutory procedure, and legally, when you vacate that plat, the ownership goes half to either owner. That would be half to the property to the east and half to the west. The concept that you're discussing seems to indicate that the property owner to the east is buying out the property owner to the west for their half interest. Because when you divide it, each one owns 37.5 feet. So all of their use of the property to the west is only if it's granted by that property owner. Nobody's discussed anything about they're giving easements to create this driveway. It looks to me like the property owner to the east is going to buy out the piece on the west, so they'll own the 75 feet. So that's economics. What the value of it is determined between the two parties. Once you vacate this land, it goes to private ownership. You've got a list of conditions which are essentially promises. I don't think you can legally enforce under the statutory vacation of a platted street any clawback right against this developer. So if they don't do what they're proposing, you have some leverage on their site plan approval for their business that they're intending to create, but you're not going to get the land back. You can talk to your lawyer about it. As far as the value that says we're not going to increase traffic, but you are going to increase parking, and you're going to increase impervious area by giving this developer the right to pave over what is now vacant right-of-way. I mean, to me, public good is something that's superior to what the city could offer to the public, leaving it like it is. And I don't think this creates any superior value to the public. It gives them the ability to create more parking places. That's not going to alleviate any traffic on A1A 3rd Street. It's going to increase because there's going to be more people that will be able to come in and out of this parking lot. They're getting the benefit of putting a secondary access point, which admittedly the DOT may or may not approve. To me, looking at this proposal, it's going to make Mondelesa's traffic worse. They go around their building, and right now they exit. Now the people coming out of their parking lot are going to have to fight with incoming traffic trying to get in and out of this parking lot. So there's no traffic study that they've done to document any increased benefit to the public by allowing this.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Anyone else for public participation? Seeing none, public participation is now closed. We will now talk our way through how we personally feel and how we want to go. Does anybody want to have any more discussion on this topic before we vote? Anybody else?
Okay, just to clarify, we're voting on the vacation,
Yes,
not
ma'am.
the license.
That's right, and so I'll read that out loud. Any other discussion? This is the vacation 9-24. Second reading, public hearing of an ordinance which, if adopted, will vacate a portion of platted Cooper Street. This section of unopened right-of-way is located at the south end of East 3rd Avenue between South Peninsula Avenue and Saxon Boulevard. Any other discussion? Very good. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
I think we need a motion.
You need a motion and a
I'll make a
second.
motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Now, call the roll, please.
Commissioner Martin?
No.
Vice Mayor Perine?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, on to the license agreement, which is 9A. So I'll read that one out loud, and we can discuss the license agreement, and we'll have the public hearing, just like we previously did. This is, public hearing will be conducted, consider the approval of a license agreement, which is, if approved, would allow for private-funded and private-maintained public improvements in a platted parcel owned by the city of New Smyrna Beach, accepting associated release from restrictions on property and easement for public use. We've heard Mr. Mathan's report. I'd like to open, does the attorney have anything more to say? You're good. Okay. The public hearing is now open. Does anybody have a comment they'd like to make to the commission on the license agreement? You have 3 minutes, same rules as before. Name and address for the record, please. It is your monologue, not a dialogue between us.
Leslie Sachs, 816 East 8th Avenue. Good evening again. And I apologize. I accidentally read what I wrote regarding the license agreement and not the vacation. So my apologies on that. So basically, I'm not going to repeat it because you heard it. But I did want to add that on the license agreement, there's item number 12 regarding the hours of operation, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. And if they're making it like a park, it's my knowledge or my thoughts that parks closed at dusk or at 7 p.m. And this is right around Saxon and the new Walters homes, well, they're not that new now, but the newer homes off of Saxon, I could see with noise and lighting and whatnot, it could be a problem for that public. So I just wanted to bring that up. And my problem with the vacation per se, it's not really the vacation, it's the procedure that there were changes and that didn't go back to a repeated first reading, because that's why it went to P&Z again, because there were changes and P&Z weren't aware of the changes. So now there's other changes, and now the public, and it's confusing. I read the wrong thing previously. So now, no one, I think people need, you know, for transparency, have another bite at the apple, so to speak, and let it be a first reading again, because it's the way that's been shifted around today and reversed, and then, you know, it's just not good practice, in my opinion. But that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. Any other comments from the public?
Yes, good evening. David McKay, 1319 Beacon Street, New Smyrna Beach. Regarding the license agreement, the city will still own that property, so whatever improvements, if there are any impervious that require drainage, the city is going to be the one that permits it, because the city is the owner, and that means that the city is ultimately responsible for the long-term maintenance and the long-term consequences if it's not maintained properly. So just recognize that you're taking on an obligation, not shifting it to them. You're ultimately responsible. More importantly, in the draft of a license agreement, there's no specification other than a viewing gazebo or platform. If it has a roof on it, it's impervious, triggers drainage. You're going to have to store your drainage on your property. If it's uncovered, is it elevated so that you can actually see the mangrove preservation area? Is it going to be handicapped accessible? Is it going to be wood so it deteriorates? You're giving them a 30-year license, which there's somewhat of a conflict in terms, because it says something about it renews annually and they have to provide insurance. So at the end of the 30-year term, it can be renewed, but what incentive are they going to have to renew it? It's going to be yours. So then you can tear it all down, or you can manage it and maintain it and figure out how to utilize it. So the 30-year term is kind of whatever. They're going to let it deteriorate until the 30th year, and they're going to be done with it. That's my comment.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Cindy Snezak, 512 Yukon. You know, sometimes I think it's kind of pointless to come up here because I really do feel like you've already all made up your minds, particularly after your pre-briefing. But I'm not quite sure whether we've learned our lesson in leasing public property to private enterprise by Joy by the Sea, from the situation created by Joy by the Sea. So I would suggest, just as the mayor has suggested before, that the city shouldn't be in the business of doing certain things. And if you're at all familiar with that wedding celebratory business, which is a lovely business, right? But that lease situation wasn't done very well, and I don't see how this one's going to be any better. Why it's a free lease. The term is way too long. If you hadn't learned that lessons about the Anglers Club, you're never going to learn that lesson, okay? What was that, a 50-year renewable lease? 99-year renewable lease. We'll all be dead long before that. So, you know, I get concerned about how we look at some of this and overstating benefits, and it's all going to be sunshine and roses and kind of like your first date and how you're already imagining walking down the aisle. The license agreement was not made a big thing of in prior meetings. It only kind of got pulled out at the very end of one of Attorney Storch's presentations. So, and I'm not quite sure why accepting the associated release from Stuart Mitchell, I'm sorry, Mr. Mitchell, is tied to this lease. Again, I don't think it should be tied. Y'all could have gotten that on your own. And I also happened to see the revised conceptual plan up on this monitor. So the person who spoke about confusion on traffic, so you've got traffic inflow coming from 3rd Avenue, and you've got people coming in from the new private driveway, which butts head on with traffic coming in from the existing entrance to Mondelez. So, and these are things that are attached to this license agreement. So I would suggest you ought to send it back to legal, because the parts aren't meshing together here, and they really should. So that's what I have to say. It's just a lot of frustration from this side of the microphone. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that remark. Anyone else for public participation? Seeing none, public participation is now closed. Any further discussion on the licensing agreement by the commission? Any comments? Commissioner Martin.
I'm not sure how, I know it took us, 3 months to separate the two pieces of land, but I just would remind the commission, and I'm hoping that the vacation and the license are two different issues, because the license references a term of 30 years, but Charter Article 6, Section 6.04, sale or lease of property contiguous to water requires a unanimous vote for leases lasting longer than 10 years. So it would appear to me that this license would require a unanimous vote.
Let's take them one at a time. That's good, Commissioner Martin. Get the legal officer, legal perspective on contiguous to waterways and how that language is parsed.
This is a license agreement, so the way that provision reads doesn't involve a license agreement. So
What's the difference between a lease and a license?
this is us retaining the license of the land. We're allowing them to put something on there, but we still retain the rights of the land. The lease is they are charging it for us. They have the property. It's now kind of in their name, and they are utilizing it. But the license is still in our name. We're still retaining it. It's our property.
Even though we're talking about it being privately maintained, private this, private that, all of this on here is private, privately built, privately maintained, but we still contend that that doesn't constitute a lease.
It's very similar to our right-of-way license agreements that we do throughout the city. So, yeah.
Any other comments? Commissioner Perrine.
Comment number 5, licensee agrees to construct and install the improvements in a manner that allows a positive flow for the stormwater runoff. Such construction installation shall be shown on the building permit application submitted for the improvements. Then in number 10, it also talks about drainage improvements. So I think it should be covered.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other comments? Commissioner McGurk?
Yeah, thank you, Mary. So I just want to, there's a lot of, there may be some confusion here. I want to go back in history a little bit about how we get to this licensing agreement or what's being put on it. Because I'm hearing from the public saying that this is a bad thing. And I'm saying, well, I'm sure the developer doesn't want to put it up there if he doesn't have to. We want them to. The history of that whole strip of property came from visiting sessions, came from comments from the public and staff when we figured, how do we want this area to grow? And at some point, it talked about a boardwalk going from which is now the defunct hotel property, all the way to Saxon Boulevard. And how great it would be to have some sort of boardwalk overlooking this estuary. Because we have all these beautiful views, but the way the city was built, historically in the old days, didn't value waterfront, so we don't have a lot of good views. So the idea of a boardwalk was put together through lots of talk with staff and the community and public input. And then we said, hey, when people come in and want to develop something, maybe we can get them to pay for some of it or pay part of it or put their portion in around their property. And that was all a great idea. And so in this case, we're maintaining, the city is maintaining the property that actually gives access to the water. And then we're telling the person developing the property, hey, give us some sort of pavilion. Because because this is all part of the overall visioning of trying to develop this community in a way it hasn't been done in the past. So it's not a red herring. It's not it's nothing more than what the visions were in the community that we've discussed for the last 10, 15 years. And so I'm hearing people say, no, we don't want that. And I'm going to say, wait a second. Are you sure we don't want that? Because these are the things that have come out of our visioning sessions, to have access to waterways and pavilions and views and walkways. I want it. If the people don't want that, then maybe we reconsider that part of the license agreement and they don't have to develop it. Because if we're going to get beat up here because we're going to have them put a pavilion up, then maybe we don't make them put a pavilion up.
Any others?
I have a question for the applicant. So if some point in the future we determine that the closing time should be dusk instead of 10, you wouldn't be opposed to that, would you?
But not at all. The time was just happened to be, I think, what came out of the discussion.
Planning and zoning board
There's no,
recommendation. Yes.
there's
Thank
no
you.
set time for us.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Let me go once, and then I'll let you go twice. So if there was confusion, it was probably my fault on the order. It didn't make sense to offer a licensing agreement before we did the vacation. They wouldn't have wanted the property with the one without the other. So I presented it after getting counsel from the lawyer, it was listed one way, and we've just changed the order so that if we didn't pass the vacation, there would be no reason to have done the licensing agreement. So that was the cart before the horse, and we had to turn that around, and so that's why I reversed the order on that. As I listen to all the pros and cons, I think about the Hippocratic Oath that above all else do no harm. So when Commissioner Martin started showing the devastatingly graphic picture of the flooding there, it got my attention. I talked in previous sessions with city staff about why we're making them pave that area. And what I've learned was that we could control the runoff much more than the various shell parking lots that we have around the city, which does allow a lot more percolation, but it turns into a swamp, and it doesn't last, and our code only allows us to have those temporarily. I'm comforted a bit to know that this isn't one and done. There's a site plan, and we can hold feet to fire and say, if you don't do all those things that you say will, when we should have said shall, that we can very easily turn the spigot off by making the site plan a problem. And then it goes away. They will not be doing that if they don't follow all those rules that are set up. Whether you say shall or will, the site plan is yet to come. I've listened to the engineer, I've listened to the city manager say, we can retain the water that's coming onto the property. What we see in front of us here is a car in the middle of 3rd Avenue going up Cooper. And so I don't know that we can ever retain that water, but that water today may spill over into that property. And I get that the Mondelez is higher, and so this is lower. I got that, but even today, DOT or not DOT, that water runs off or could be pushed off into that and just run straight out into the estuary there and pollute it up, which is what got my attention. I didn't want that to happen. So if it is true, and the engineering folks say it is true, that we can control it a lot better by putting the underground storage tank and then allowing the percolation to occur naturally. Won't happen naturally very fast on a hurricane day or a big storm day, but we have those problems all over town. This is we use the term wetland today, and when I was a kid, we called it swamp. And so it's a nice sounding term, but that property right now is unusable by any of us. I've been down there and tried to walk it. It's not pretty. It's not usable. And if the vacation is the only way to make it usable, other than us spending city dollars to make it into a park, and there's no other option but to vacate, we can't sell it, we can't do anything else with it. And one day, when they're done with this job, it'll be something that may be beautiful, may be allowed to have people come down and look at it, and it's a starting point for what would be an entire boardwalk, then hallelujah. But if it never happens, at least we'll have an opening where we can look down into the mangroves and maybe above the mangroves. The gentleman proposed that, hey, unless you raise it up, you're not going to see anything anyway. So in the name of not doing any harm, my fears are assuaged by the city manager and Mr. Mathan by saying we'll be able to control the water. And as Commissioner Perrine points out, if that's the only naysay, I do think the public good is better off with something other than the thicket of whatever it is that is down there now. And to my environmentalist friends, my fellow environmentalist friends, this is not the largest piece of property in the area. You just look past those buildings and we've got mangroves and wildlife galore. And so I feel good that it's not a massive piece of property. I don't know about what the arrangement is between Mondelez and Oceans, and I'm not sure I really care about that. That will be their business. I think that's all I needed to say to make sure everybody knew where I came out. I'm happy to have rebuttal or whatever. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, well, I was delighted that you mentioned the site plan, and I would hope that we could bring the site plan back to the commission to make sure that it does comport with what you all are seeing tonight. And as Khalid had requested, to remove references to the boardwalk from this site plan, because that is so far any potential in the future that we can't see it. So I'd like to see if we could bring that site plan back to the commission.
Yeah, that's not standard, right? That's getting seen by the staff of the P&Z.
It's a class 2 site plan, therefore
So
just
only
a
the staff, yeah.
a staff review.
Could that be a separate motion?
Yes.
So are we
Shay, is that all right?
Are we talking about the site plan or are we talking
Site
about the
plan.
licensing agreement on what they're doing on the public property? Because last time we had this discussion, I thought what your real concern was what was going on the public property part, which
No,
is
it's the whole thing. I don't think the land itself understands that there's a boundary between the two. I kind of think that they think they're one entity, and we're showing it as one entity and the transfer. So if we are saying this is public benefit due to this pavilion, and that's our reason for vacating this, despite the fact that the public has said they don't see the benefit, despite the fact that no Third Avenue business has come forward in support, we're determined to go forward. But if we have the site plan, at least we can see if what we're thinking is in fact what comes forward as a final site plan. Because right now we're operating on concepts, and we got a lot of stuff riding on these concepts that may not stay. We don't know if DOT will agree to access. We don't know if DEP, EPA, Army Corps of Engineers cares whether anybody builds or fills that area or not. We don't know what architectural or engineering issues that will come about. And right now, we don't, unless we ask for the site plan to come back from the commission, we won't know what the final iteration is.
But
The only problem, Commissioner Martin, and then It's fine. The only thing is, what you have is vacating the 75-foot right-of-way. The other side, it's a private property, and it's a Class 2 site plan. So I don't know how you're gonna, I guess, distinguish between the two and have the site plan be presented to the commission.
All the
So-
drawings that we see include both the parking lot, the Third Avenue egress, we see the area going into Mondelez, we see the area going into Oceans, we see all their parking spots, and we see the pavilion. I would treat those two pieces as one site plan because we are saying that they are, the walkway goes through the vacated portion. So I don't know how you can separate out those two pieces of land. It is one site plan, each are dependent on the other part.
I got it. The site plan is reviewed by almost 8 people.
I
So
understand
they
the
would
staff
not be
review.
approved by, it's not going to be approved if they don't have, for example, the DOT connection for the driveway. It would not be approved if you don't have the DEP. So I'm not sure what the commission is going to do different than what the staff is. That's what I'm trying to figure out. And I have no
we also
problem. If you
know
want to
that when
include that,
there's
that's fine.
design, we don't know how many trees have to be preserved. I know they've been surveying out there. We don't know that when they get into the actual engineering of the project, if it will look anything like what we're seeing on our screens. So if we're sitting up here approving something that we see on our screen and think that it's going to have some resemblance to the final product, over the years, we have seen many, many times where, oops, I didn't think it would look like that. So I'm just saying, and I think staff, I would think, would welcome such, this has been a contentious issue, and it shouldn't be all on their backs to do the final approval.
So over to the city attorney, the idea is, let us vote on this, and then a separate motion could come to say, even though it's not the typical protocol, a separate motion could come to say, we would like to bring back we use the word site plan, but her idea is, we'd like to see the entire deal.
Correct. So typically, I would have seen it in the condition of the approval for the motion for the vacation of the right-of-way. You could make a separate motion, but I just want to clarify something, is that in these plans, they're conceptual plans. So the site plan, when it comes back before you, as long as it meets the criteria of our site plan, it's one of those kind of needs to be approved things. So even if it's not identical to what you see, because that's a conceptual plan, it's another one of those kind of like what the city manager is saying, that the staff is going to review it. They're going to make sure it meets our criteria in the code. It's going to meet the conditions that were outlined by planning and zoning and included in your motion. So even if it's not identical to what you saw here tonight, as long as it meets the code, it'd be one of those things that you'd almost have to approve. It's going to be a quasi-judicial hearing. There's going to be criteria associated with that, and you're almost going to have to, if they
Okay,
meet
I
the
just want to
site-
make sure there was nothing out of order about us, about Commissioner Martin potentially making a motion after the
You
fact.
can make a motion,
Okay.
and if it's second,
And Mayor, if I just, one more comment, if you don't mind. A lot of the conceptual site plans that you see, sometimes what happens is, because when you go to the actual design, and you start designing, you might need like an additional area for retention area. You might need an additional area for landscaping. So there will be a slight different. Now, the main concept of the design will be there, but there will be probably some changes based on the actual design that's gonna happen, because this is basically, it's just a conceptual plan. So I just wanna make sure, because I don't want it to come back and say, well, this curvature was here, it was different than this one. So, that will happen in the actual design.
I understand that, and I think I also see other off-ramps, as I think Commissioner McGurk pointed out. This has got to go through many other departments not departments, but many other agencies to get approval, but they cannot even consider it unless we start what we're doing. And so, I think it's an uphill battle for the for the applicant, because they've got to please a bunch of other entities. A burden you will bear, and we will watch with great interest. All right, is there any other comments before I seek a motion? Is there a motion to approve the license agreement allowing for private-funded, private-maintained public improvement in a platted parcel owned by the city of New Smyrna Beach, accepting an associated release of restrictions on property and easement for future public use.
I'll make that motion.
There's a motion
Second.
and a second. Any further discussion? Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
No.
Vice Mayor Perine?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That was quite the process, but I appreciate everybody's indulgence. I'll be moving on.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Are we going to make a motion to remove the easement for the boardwalk?
Yeah, that's a good one, and Lisa, this is your chance to make the other motion about getting the site plan back here.
Make a motion to remove the integral easement for the boardwalk of the license agreement.
What exactly is that? Second for discussion, I'm sorry.
Very good, thank you. All right, let's get it out
So-
exactly what it means.
Just so I can clarify, that's an easement that's being granted to us so that if we choose to build this boardwalk, we would already have the easement in place.
And we don't want that?
In the city attorney's opinion and my opinion, it is good to have this.
I would revise it. My concern wasn't with the 10-foot easement. It was with this continued inclusion of references to the boardwalk. And I felt that that obfuscated what was going on. We have no right to speak for other adjacent property owners, and I don't know how we'd even assess if, in fact, the property owners had diligently worked to get that access from adjacent property owners. It just seems to be an impossible thing to work with.
So right now, this is just an easement that I believe.
So the
they've
easement
been able
alone-
to give us, and that's really all it is.
If we have the easement without any discussion about the boardwalk, that's fine.
That's all it is. It's just an easement that you're granting to us so that in the future, if we would like to put a boardwalk there, we could. But there's no guarantee of a boardwalk. It's just, we have the land, we have the easement to use if we need to make improvements.
That's correct. It's for the purpose of a boardwalk, so if you so choose to act on it.
Wait a minute. Not for the purpose of the boardwalk, simply that we get the 10-foot easement for our use.
For your use for the boardwalk as a future improvement there, of course, because what would be the 10-foot otherwise used for?
How do we get, I mean, it just seems so aspirational to think about funding the boardwalk and getting the property that's up for sale on board, and to get CVS on board, to get the, all the way over to Saxon. I mean, I certainly wouldn't live long enough to get that done. So I'm just saying that we're using it as, I think Mr. Romero referred to, sort of a red herring. It really has nothing to do with the project you're discussing now. It is irrelevant, tangential, and not particularly helpful to the discussion of the project.
But wait a minute, the easement, correct me if I'm wrong.
The boardwalk.
The easement is for the potential of a boardwalk someday, which is, we spent 10 years identifying certain visionary type goals, which are likely never going to happen because you need to fund it, would be expensive. But what you want to do is get rid of the easement.
No, I never said that. We discussed.
Just take away any verbiage relating to a boardwalk.
Yeah, I mean, we
I
have
think
site
the-
plans that have boardwalks on them.
So let's restate the motion just
Yeah.
for clarity. How do you want it?
Just, and at this point, it's, I don't know how helpful it is to simply say, I mean, we've done all our discussions. I wanted the boardwalk references removed from any of the papers leading up to this. So it really is not all that helpful because the 10-foot easement's great, but it just seems like we had the boardwalk thrown as this sweetener on the whole project.
So if we put 10-foot easement for city use, how about that?
Perfect.
Okay, the motion is to write an easement for the 10-foot easement for city use?
Yes, sir.
Is there a second?
Well, I'll amend my second for that.
Okay.
Because we already have one.
Okay.
I'd like to offer an amendment.
You're really going to test me, aren't you?
Yes, because I think it, for the city's use with the agreement of the property owners.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I don't want to put in a go-kart trail
Right,
down
exactly.
that
What is
10-foot
this?
of track. You have to either be specific as to what can be there, or it has to be mutually agreed upon by all parties.
Yeah, what if
That'd be
it's a
good.
transmission line?
Yes.
So perhaps the motion maker will say, that sounds fair to say it has to be mutually agreeable to both us and to whoever's owning the property. That doesn't give away anything.
And that's fine.
Will you maintain your second to that?
Maintained.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to grant an easement for the use which would be mutually agreed to by both the city and the other party. We have a motion and a second, and I think we've had the discussion. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perine?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank
All right. Did I hear there was one more in there that we wanted? There was one more? Okay, very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it, Joey. Okay, so that's been adopted. We're going to move on to item number 9C, which is ordinance number 1524. It's a first reading and public hearing of an ordinance which, if adopted upon the second reading and public hearing, would revise zoning text amendment to allow single-family in B4 Ocean Commercial Zoning District. Madam City Attorney, would you please read ordinance 1524 for the first time by title only, please?
Ordinance number 1524, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach amending the land development regulations, amending Article 5 zoning districts, Section 504.02, specific regulations by district, B4, Ocean Commercial District, to add single-family residential as a permitted use, providing for codification, providing for public hearing, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. The second hearing and public hearing will be March 12th of 2024.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Senior Planner Baker, I see you in spot. We're ready for your report, sir.
All right, I'll be brief so we could get out of here soon, hopefully. Okay, zoning text amendment 1-24, single-family homes in B4 Commercial Zoning District. This is a private application from Brent Walters. Requests approval of a zoning text amendment to allow single-family residences in the B4. Why this zoning text amendment? The amendment will allow existing homes to be rebuilt in the B4 zoning district. It would also allow other parcels in the B4 to be developed as single-family homes that currently have either duplexes or transient lodging accommodations. So I got this map right here. Those are all parcels that are in red that are zoned B4. If you look down towards the bottom on the west side of South Atlantic over there, you see a couple little lots over there that are on the other side, the non-ocean side of this Ocean Commercial District, that a few of those are currently single-family homes. So here's a plat map of it. You see those little tiny narrow lots there. Those are originally, years back, intended for a little golf course community that never happened over there. I think they were 25-footers. They were eventually turned into 50-foot wide lots. So what the purpose of this whole thing is the house on top right there, 829 East 24th. The guy has a single-family home that he owns. I think he inherited from his mother. He can't rebuild it because single-family homes are not allowed in B4. What he could put up there is transient lodging. And based on his lot size, he could put a 3-unit hotel there, but he can't replace the single-family home there. So what we're trying to do here is basically allow single-family homes to go back into the B4 zoning district. We did have to do some modifications because single-family homes weren't really accommodated for. In the B4, we put setbacks in place of 7.5 feet from the side. For your standard commercial building, it would be 10 feet on each side. We also have a front yard setback of 20 feet, which is instead of 30. In this case, some of these could be on the ocean side, and as you get closer to the setback line, 20 is enough for a driveway, so that was what we went with 20, but obviously they can go more than that if they want. This also takes a lot coverage down from 75% for multifamily for putting a single. It's got to be 60. We also, kind of in the first version of this, we didn't take into account, or I didn't take into account, floor area for single-family homes. So this is kind of what is fitting in the general areas. You have to have at least 650 square feet of livable area for 1 and 2 bedroom dwelling units, 1,200 square feet of livable for 3 foot. I imagine if people are building on a home, they're going to be larger than this, but there's a minimum that goes in each district. Comprehensive plan does state the future land use is commercial. It's supposed to be for high-quality business activities, including retail, hotel, office, financial, high-density residential. Again, these areas do allow these to be rented out. So a single-family home could become a rental, or it could be lived in by the owner or rented. Planning and Zoning Board voted 7-0 to recommend the City Commission approve. If you have any questions, I'm here.
Any questions for Mr. Baker? Okay, very good. The public hearing is now open. Is there any citizen who wishes to speak on this particular topic of ordinance number 1524? Please come forward. You'll be heard at this time. Seeing none, public participation is closed. Is there any further discussion on this ordinance? I think Mr. Baker gave us some clear ideas about the whole effort and what the summary was. Any further discussion? Is there a motion to adopt ordinance number 1524 on first reading?
Motion to adopt ordinance 1524.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Preen,
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk,
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman,
Yes.
Commissioner Martin,
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Appreciate
Pardon
it.
the interruption.
Ma'am.
If the meeting exceeds 10:30, somebody will need to make a motion to extend, but not after 11 p.m.
Okay, we're almost there. Got a couple of first readings, and I think we'll be there, right? It'll probably take you longer than 5 minutes to do that. Is there a motion to extend?
Motion to extend.
Motion to extend to 11. May I have a second? I'll second it for discussion. Jason, there's a motion on the floor to extend to 11. I think all we've got left are first readings and then commission reports. There's no boards that need to be assigned, so we might make it in 15 minutes or so. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hartman,
Yes.
Commissioner Martin,
No.
Vice Mayor Preen,
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk,
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland.
Oh, no. Just, motion carries. Working me hard tonight. All right, here we go. City Attorney will read ordinance numbers 1024, 1124, 1224, and 1324, and 1424 for the first time only. Second readings and quasi-judicial hearings and public hearings will be conducted during the 12 March 2024 regular commission meeting. Madam Assistant City Attorney, go.
Ordinance number 1024, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach annexing 1.2 plus or minus acres of the property located on the southwest corner of Pioneer Trail and Main Street, providing for redefining boundaries of the city, designating the property within Commission Zone 3, providing for public hearing, provided for required filing, provided for conflicting boundaries, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Second reading and public hearing is March 12, 2024. Ordinance number 1124, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach amending the comprehensive plan, changing the future use designation of 1.2 plus or minus acres of land located on the southwest corner of Pioneer Trail and Main Street, from Volusia County urban low density to city low density residential, providing an amendment for the associated comprehensive plan maps to show the area incorporated into the city, providing for public hearing, provided for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date. Second reading and public hearing, March 12th of 2024. Ordinance number 12-24, ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach rezoning 1.2 plus or minus acres of property located on the southwest corner of Pioneer Trail and Main Street from Volusia County R4A Urban Single Family Residential Airport Overlay to City R2A Single Family Residential Airport Overlay Zoning District, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Second reading and public hearing, March 12th of 2024. Ordinance number 13-24, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach contracting the city's boundaries to exclude approximately 1.2 plus or minus acres of real property generally located south of 2692 Glen Drive for failure to meet the criteria of Florida statute, section 171.043, providing for redefining boundaries of the city, providing for public hearing, providing for required filing, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Second reading, public hearing, March 12th of 2024. Ordinance number 14-24, an ordinance amending the City of New Smyrna Beach comprehensive land, changing the future land use designation of 3 acres plus or minus of property generally located on the south side of Pioneer Trail, west of Williamson Boulevard from city agriculture to city commercial, providing for amendment of an associated comprehensive plan map, providing for public hearing, provided for conflicting ordinances, providing an effective date, second reading and public hearing, March 12th of 2024.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate all that. Very good. Okay, there are no boards and commissions, and now we'll go on to reports. And as we have had as a tradition, Vice Mayor, you first.
Thank you. We had a great weekend for the Art Fiesta and the Mary Harrell events, and it was fun to attend both of those, and I enjoyed seeing the crowds and all the people. Also, I talked to the city clerk about the letters that we keep getting anonymously, and these are usually code enforcement issues. I just want to remind the public 2 things. Please send your letters to the city address, not our homes. Secondly, please make sure if you have a code enforcement issue, you follow the proper process and go online and fill out your name and your address and report that, because I'm not going to report anything for you, and that's a state law that was passed, and the city clerk can tell us how long ago that was and maybe finish that sentence for me.
Sure. I'm happy to if you'd like. It was about 1.5 years ago.
Thank
They
you.
do require a reporter's name for code enforcement issues. That's just a state statute, state law.
Good.
So you are correct.
Thank you. So we turn them into her for public, but we don't know if these people are locals or not. And it's hard to put credibility in these letters that don't have a signature and name. And they go on to state and usually call us names and say things that are not appropriate. So please don't do that anymore.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Commissioner Hartman.
Yeah, I'd like to echo the Commissioner Perrines on the Black Heritage Festival. Was a wonderful event, was well attended. Arts on Riverside, also another great event, state of the city. But my hat's off to the Chamber of Commerce for a whole weekend of beautiful weather, so thank them for that.
Nicely said. Commissioner Martin.
Well, I think we could all agree the Black Heritage Festival and the Art Fiesta were great, but I just want to express my concern at a growing lack of transparency. I find it very distressing when items that go through planning and zoning and then come to the city commission for first and second, that they change dramatically between each iteration and could even change between yesterday when we read it and today when we get the presentation here. I feel very strongly that this doesn't allow us as commissioners to do the best job we can in understanding and reviewing the material.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Mr. McGurk.
Thank you. So I was going to respond about the airport since it's in my district. I'm going to spare us that tonight. I'll do it next time we meet. And I just wanted to echo everybody's thoughts on a great weekend, although I will tell you that it took me 40 minutes to get over to Beachside because of the bridge. I'm not sure what was going on. You had wine walking. Anyway, there's more of the dynamics. It was, we're a victim of our success, but that bridge was an issue. Anyway, y'all have a great week. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you all. Certainly enjoyed the videos and the tie-in to the comments that I was able to make about our strategic plan and making sure it was a wholesome, fulsome delivery. We have not had a State of the City since my predecessor was sitting in his chair, so it was long overdue. I have 2 fun things. The first is a opportunity delivered to us by our school board member, Jesse Thompson. And these are commissioner and staff trading cards. And there's the Coronado Elementary School is holding an artist trading card night. And so the ask is that each of us write our name on the back and draw something on the front. We turn it into Kelly. She hands it back to Ms. Thompson, Jesse Thompson, and then it goes in this fundraising event. I've got the flyer and these cards if you want to make yourself available to do that. It's put on by the art school teachers at the elementary school. They thought it'd be fun. The kids are loving it, and it's a neat thing for our elementary school to do, and the kids are really, really into it. So if you want to participate in that, I'll give you the flyer and the cards before we all leave. The second is an opportunity presented to us by Representative Mills to honor various community leaders who have donated their time, treasure, or talent to any local community, specifically New Smyrna. So if any of us would like to cite, I'll give you the information, and you can just write it into and send it on to Representative Mills' office. His local district director is a lady named Amy Dunn. Amy Dunn will put those in, and then you'll see something in all prettied up by Congressman Mills and suitable for framing to highlight somebody that you think is a superstar in our community. Could be anybody, doesn't need us to vote on them. We just can turn them in and leave it to their discretion. So I have a copy of each of that for all of us to look at. All right, so without any objections and any other business, I see none. Let me ask the city clerk if you have a report, ma'am.
Not a report, just tagging on to the anonymous letters as well as the transparency. Just so you know, and I'm just reiterate it, if we receive a letter and it's relating to official city business, especially an agenda item, we will retain it in our office, even if it's an anonymous letter. It's solely commission's decision to consider reading that letter aloud in public during a meeting, especially a public hearing, and also it's your decision solely to consider the weight or value of the letter. Just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. How about Shay McCurdy, the awesome assistant city attorney who's lasted all night? Very good. Mr. Rosadat, sir, your final?
Well, thank you.
Okay, awesome. We're adjourned.
My name and a picture.
That's right. Picture of whatever you'd like to draw and color or marker.
I need someone who can draw.